Chapter 3801. One space-time law, one death law. The divine king of primal chaos glanced at Man and Yunxiang, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. What about you guys? Daifuku glanced at the divine king of primal chaos, then lowered his head and asked Qin Feiyang via voice transmission. Can I have it too? Of course. This is a great fortune. Qin Feiyang nodded. Daifuku suddenly became excited. He never thought that following Qin Feiyang and the others would be able to encounter such a good thing. He raised his head and carefully looked at the divine king of primal chaos, and said with a humble expression, Lord Divine King, I want the inheritance of the cause and effect law, is that okay? You also control the cause and effect law? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. Daifuku nodded. With a wave of his old hand, the power of cause and effect emerged. Man looked at Daifuku in surprise and said via voice transmission, I didn't expect you to have mastered two supreme laws. You are much stronger than the ancestors of the Foam people. You flatter me. My cause and effect law is only at the fifth profound. It's not worth mentioning. Daifuku hurriedly waved his hand. Don't be modest. Why don't you follow us from now on? Staying with the Foam people will only bear your talent. Man secretly instigated. What talent can I have? Daifuku smiled bitterly. Blockhead, one-track mind. Man glared at Daifuku with disappointment. Mastering two supreme laws was already considered a great figure in the Sky Cloud realm, but Daifuku himself didn't know. Okay, I will give you the inheritance of the cause and effect law. The divine king of primal chaos nodded. Thank you, Lord Divine King! Daifuku repeatedly thanked him. What about you guys? The divine king of chaos then looked at the Azure Dragon and Qin Feiyang. Elder Qin, you go first! Qin Feiyang turned to Elder Qin and said with a smile. This old man. The Azure Dragon did not stand on ceremony. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the primal chaos divine king and said, I want the law of devour! Then, he activated his devouring law. The Azure Dragon had mastered two of the most powerful laws, the devouring law and the life law. All right. The divine king of chaos nodded. When it was Qin Feiyang's turn, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment before nervously asking, Senior, do you have an inheritance of the life and death laws? The inheritance of the law of life and death? It wasn't just the divine king of primal chaos. The mad scientist and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. This guy's appetite was really big. He actually wanted the inheritance of the law of life and death? One had to know. If the divine king of primal chaos really had an inheritance of the law of life and death, after Qin Feiyang comprehended it, it would be equivalent to directly mastering the ultimate meaning of the three most powerful laws. They were the law of life and death, the law of death, and the law of life. This was killing three birds with one stone. The divine king of primal chaos came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, You comprehended the law of life and death? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Let me see. The divine king of primal chaos hurriedly said. He seemed a little excited. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the law of life and death emerged. The power of death and the power of life merged together without any rejection. It really is the law of life and death. The divine king of primal chaos stared at the power of life and death and muttered to himself. A moment later, seeing that the divine king of primal chaos didn't have any intention of speaking, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask, Senior Divine King, do you have it? The divine king of primal chaos came back to his senses and took a deep breath. He shook his head and said, In this world, it's extremely rare to even comprehend the law of life and death. How could there be an inheritance? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment. With a wave of his hand, the power of life and death was withdrawn into his body. He said, Then, do you have the inheritance of the law of karma? Because Daifuku already wanted to obtain the inheritance of the law of karma. Yes. The divine king of primal chaos nodded. There's more? Qin Feiyang was stunned. How many inheritances did the Divine King of Primal Chaos have? Man and the others were also extremely shocked. In the past, they had discussed that the Divine King of Primal Chaos definitely had many divine items. In the end, it was true, and it was far beyond their imagination. Then, the inheritance of the law of karma. Qin Feiyang activated the power of karma. Okay. The Divine King of Primal Chaos smiled and then looked at the Blood Ancestor. When he looked at the Blood Ancestor, the Divine King of Primal Chaos seemed a little unhappy. Thinking about it, it made sense. Someone who had once stolen his secret technique was now going to give him an opportunity. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. If you insist on giving it to me, I won't be polite. The Blood Ancestor chuckled. I didn't say that I had to give it to you. The Divine King of Primal Chaos snorted. The Blood Ancestor's smile froze. It seemed that he hadn't said that he had to give them an opportunity. Moreover, it wasn't within the range of the blood oath. He had been careless. It was a little too early to be proud. The Divine King of Primal Chaos said indifferently. But for Qin Feiyang's sake, there's no harm in giving you an inheritance. However, I believe that you want this more. As his voice fell, the Divine King of Primal Chaos waved his hand, and a cage condensed from the power of laws appeared in front of him. This cage wasn't big, only about 5 feet. However, there were actually countless souls of the dead trapped inside. It can't be! The Blood Ancestor was shocked. These souls of the dead are the souls of the dead who died at my hands. The weakest ones are purple gold skeletons. Moreover, I have erased their consciousness and refined them. After my refinement, these souls don't have any impurities, and they all contain the power of laws. Don't underestimate them. There are tens of millions of souls of the dead, and the power of laws they contain is astonishing. According to my understanding of the soul-devouring secret technique, the power of laws inside is enough for you to upgrade a supreme law from the first to the ultimate. The Divine King of Primal Chaos said indifferently. Tens of millions! And the weakest ones are purple gold skeletons? Hearing this, the Blood Ancestor's eyes shone brightly. To him, this was even more tempting than the inheritance of laws. Li Feng was the same, and his eyes shone with a green light. Do you want it? The Divine King of Primal Chaos looked at the Blood Ancestor playfully. Yes. The Blood Ancestor instinctively nodded. Then beg me. The Divine King of Primal Chaos said. Beg you? The Blood Ancestor finally calmed down and frowned. You want to take the opportunity to humiliate me? Then are you willing to be humiliated? The Divine King of Primal Chaos smiled playfully. Are you kidding? I have my pride too. The Blood Ancestor snorted. Fine. Then I'll give it to your disciple Li Feng. The Divine King of Primal Chaos waved his hand, and the cage formed by the barrier immediately flew toward Li Feng. You're giving it to me? Li Feng looked at the cage in astonishment. The Blood Ancestor's mouth twitched. He looked at Li Feng and said, Since it's free, why are you being so polite? Take it. This? Li Feng looked at the Blood Ancestor. You really don't want it? The Blood Ancestor sighed. I can't help it. Who asked me to be respected and doted on my juniors? Take it, as long as you don't forget how good I am to you in the future. That's what you said? There are so many witnesses. If you want to snatch it from me, then don't blame me for betraying my master. Li Feng grinned and put away the undead spirit. Betraying my master? The Blood Ancestor's face darkened. What a white-eyed wolf. However, he also knew that Li Feng was just saying it and wouldn't really do it. After all, they had been together for so many years, and he knew Li Feng's character. Although his temperament had changed because of the loss of his family, his nature was actually not bad. Not to mention other things, one could tell from Li Feng's respect for Qin Feiyang. It seems that you're quite stubborn. The Divine King of Primal Chaos glanced at the Blood Ancestor and waved his hand. An inheritance of the laws of time appeared in front of the Blood Ancestor. What do you mean? The Blood Ancestor was a little stunned. You don't want it? The Divine King of Primal Chaos asked. The Blood Ancestor hurriedly grabbed it and snorted. It's a waste. Hypocrite. The divine king of primal chaos shook his head and waved his hand again. 2 inheritances of the laws of karma, 1 of the laws of devour, 1 of the laws of death, and 1 of the laws of time and space appeared in front of Qin Feiyang, Daifuku, Azure Dragon, Yun Xiang, and Man Man. The 5 of them immediately held it in their hands, their eyes full of excitement. This was not the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law, but the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of a supreme law. As long as they comprehended these inheritances, they would become the top existences in the sky cloud realm. For them, it could be said that it was a great fortune. Lord Divine King, what about us? At this time, an anxious voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at Li Zhongxing. Li Zhongxing looked at the divine king of primal chaos and smiled flatteringly. Lord, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Xiao Shui and the old poison's faces were also full of desire. You still have the nerve to ask? As a member of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, you actually betrayed your own world and joined an outsider. You should be glad that I didn't kill you. The divine king of primal chaos snorted. Li Zhongxing and the other 2's necks shrunk. When the time is up, you will leave with Qin Feiyang. Don't let me see you in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury in the future. Qin Feiyang, after you settle down, come and find me. I have some private matters to discuss with you. As for how to settle down, the Primal Chaos Royal City is so big. You can do as you wish. After saying that, the divine king of primal chaos turned around and walked through the square, entering the main hall without looking back. Phew! Li Zhongxing and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost caused a disaster. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Zhongxing and shook his head. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you really shouldn't have asked. If she took the initiative to give it to you, you should accept it. If she didn't, don't force it. But this is an inheritance, who doesn't want it? Li Zhongxing felt wronged. Xiao Shui and the old poison looked at each other with a disappointed expression. It's fine. With your strength, whether it's in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury or the Sky Cloud Realm, you are already the strongest existences. Especially in the Sky Cloud Realm, apart from Feather Emperor and a few others, no one is your match. Let's talk about it later. The future is long. You can comprehend it yourself in the future. Qin Feiyang comforted. The old poison looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Xiao Shui and Li Zhongxing. He sighed. I am the unluckiest one. You guys have already gotten rid of your undead body, but what about me? I had the extreme young thunder fire, but it ended up benefiting the divine king of primal chaos. Now, the extreme young thunder fire that I need is still nowhere to be found. Without the extreme young thunder fire, Qin Feiyang couldn't refine pills for him. Without pills, how could he get rid of his undead body? The most important thing was, now, their freedom was restricted and they couldn't leave the Primal Chaos Royal City. Being trapped here, how could he go out and find the extreme young thunder fire? Li Zhongxing and Xiao Shui were stunned when they heard this. They couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the old poison with sympathy. Compared to the old poison, they were indeed more fortunate. Qin Feiyang looked at the old poison and smiled. Don't worry, I will find a way to get the extreme young thunder fire for you. Really? The old poison looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Of course. But the premise is that you have to perform well. Qin Feiyang said. No problem. The old poison was overjoyed and said with a flattering smile, Immortal Qin, do you want me to massage your legs or your back? Scram! Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He was already so old, but he was still so indecent. Chapter 3802. Actually, this matter is very easy to solve. Man Man patted Old Poison's shoulder and said with an unfathomable smile. Ah? Old Poison looked at Man Man in astonishment. He couldn't even leave the Primal Chaos Royal City, yet he still dared to say such big words? Man Man chuckled and transmitted his voice. Haven't the Demon Kings already gone to search for the extreme young lightning fire? When Old Qin refines it, he will give you an undead barrier-breaking pill. Old Poison was stunned and hurriedly said, Big brother, don't harm me. I can't afford to offend them. Look at your cowardice. Man looked down on him. They are demon kings. I have to be cowardly. Old Poison sighed. Man's face was dark as he said angrily, useless trash. Do you think that if you don't provoke them now, they will treat you well in the future? Old Poison fell silent. Let me tell you! If there is a chance, they will definitely not show mercy to you. Isn't the primal chaos divine king's attitude towards you all before enough proof? So, what are you afraid of now? Besides, you have to leave the Sky Bell divine treasure with us in the future. What can they do to you? Man said. Old Poison pondered for a while and nodded. That's true. Anyway, they won't dare to violate the blood oath and kill us. That's right. Don't be polite to them in the future. Don't be like a mouse seeing a cat. Just be arrogant and let's see what they can do to you. Man laughed. Old Poison couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Although the Demon Kings didn't dare to kill him due to the blood oath, the fear of the Demon Kings was deeply rooted in him. So, no matter what the situation was, he would instinctively feel fear when facing the Demon Kings. It would take a bit of courage to break through this fear. Azure Dragon looked around and asked, Fei Yang, are we really going to stay in the Primal Chaos Royal City? What else? Qin Fei Yang was helpless. They had already sworn a blood oath to not leave the Primal Chaos Royal City. But this old man feels that living here, whether it's doing things or talking, it's not very convenient. After all, the artifact spirit of the Primal Chaos Royal City has always been watching us. Azure Dragon transmitted his voice. This ancestor also doesn't like the feeling of being spied on. The Blood Ancestor nodded. Qin Fei Yang pondered for a moment. He thought, then let's go to the castle. With the castle's gates closed, it should be able to block the prying eyes of the Chaos Royal City. Man shook his head and said, I'm afraid that even the castle might not be able to block it. After all, its level is higher than the castle. Of course. If it wants to spy on the situation inside the castle, none of us can stop it. But the premise is that it forcefully uses its divine sense to spy on us. If it doesn't use its spiritual sense, it won't be able to break through the castle's defenses. Furthermore, if it truly intends to forcibly peek at us, the ancient castle will be able to discover it immediately and promptly notify us. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. Yun Xiang nodded and said, It is indeed more comfortable than staying in the Chaos Royal City. At the very least, there was some privacy in the castle, unlike in the Chaos Royal City where they were completely exposed to the Chaos Royal City. Qin Fei Yang looked around. There were buildings all around, and there was no place to put the castle. Finally, Qin Fei Yang simply let the castle land on the square again. Living here had its pros and cons. The disadvantage was that it was too close to the Chaos Divine King, which was equivalent to being right under the Chaos Divine King's nose. The advantage was also because of the Chaos Divine King. The Chaos Divine King lived in the main hall beside the square, so if the Demon Kings wanted to scheme against them, they naturally wouldn't dare to be so brazen. In other words, the existence of the Chaos Divine King could act as a restraint on the Demon Kings. When the castle landed in the center of the square, Qin Fei Yang's group quickly entered the main hall of the castle, and then the door quickly closed. Man chuckled and said, I've never felt so safe inside the castle. From what you're saying, this sovereign has never given you a sense of security before? The castle's displeased voice sounded. Ah. Man looked at the castle and laughed. You can hear me? This sovereign isn't deaf. The castle said in a bad mood. No sense of security? All these years, if it wasn't for this sovereign's full protection, you little brats would have died countless times. You're really more white-eyed wolf than a white-eyed wolf. Ha, I'm just joking, don't take it seriously. Man laughed dryly. If this sovereign took it seriously, would you still have the chance to stand here and talk? I'll directly throw you out. The castle said indifferently. Hee. Man bared his teeth. At this moment, a terrifying divine sense rolled in from the outside, directly breaking through the castle's defense and entering the castle. En? Qin Feiyang and the others were startled. This must be the divine sense of the Chaos Royal City. What did it want to do? Did it want to keep monitoring them like this? Although the Divine King promised not to kill you, you'd better behave. After a while, an emotionless voice sounded from the castle. Following closely, the divine sense of the Chaos Royal City quickly retreated. You scared us to death without paying with your life? Li Zhongxing was indignant. Couldn't you give us a heads up? You should at least show some respect to each other. I'm afraid that in the future scares like this will happen often. Be mentally prepared. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. The castle was indeed unable to block the divine sense of the Chaos Royal City. Why do you care so much? They won't dare to kill us anyway. Come, let's sit down and talk. I'll treat you to some authentic divine wine. Man smiled calmly. He walked to the table and sat down on a chair, taking out a few jars of unparalleled divine wine. Yes. We didn't do anything wrong. Why should we be afraid of them? Yun Xiang nodded and ran to sit next to Man. He grabbed a jar and laughed. Today's matter should indeed be celebrated. Li Feng also immediately ran over and almost drooled when he saw the jar. The Blood Ancestor, Daifuku, and Azure Dragon looked at each other speechlessly. They were stuck in a place like this, yet they were drinking wine to celebrate? Youngsters nowadays were way too carefree. Since we're already here, let's just take things as they come. Qin Feiyang smiled and strode over as well. He took out the ancient dragon god tea Qi Xiaoyun had given him and started brewing. He had been in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury for so many years, but he had never had a proper sip of tea. Fine. The Blood Ancestor nodded helplessly and sat down around the table. What about us? Li Zhongxing looked at the old poison and Xiao Shui. Is there even a need to ask? Of course we need to learn how to adapt to their lifestyle. The old poison chuckled and ran to Man. He stared at the jars on the table and asked, Is this really divine wine? Of course. It's the real deal. Man said. Let me take a look. Li Zhongxing ran over with a jar of divine wine in his arms. He tore the seal and opened the lid. Instantly, the image of a dragon roared out. The wine transformed into a dragon. It was indeed divine wine. Both the old poisonous creature and Li Zhongxing's eyes glistened. Man looked at the two in astonishment before he roared with laughter. Looks like we're all kindred spirits, unlike some people. Drinking tea on such a good day? How despicable. As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He knew that the Man was talking about him, but he was already used to it. It went in one ear and out the other. This tea is not simple. As the tea fragrance drifted out, a trace of bewilderment appeared in Xiao Shui's eyes. She walked over to Qin Feiyang and looked at the smoke rising from the teapot. You like tea as well? Qin Feiyang blanked out. He looked at Xiao Shui and asked with a smile. I used to try it occasionally. I don't really like it. Xiao Shui sat down beside Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Give it a try later. I guarantee you'll fall in love with it. This is authentic divine tea. Divine tea? Xiao Shui was taken aback. When Li Zhongxing and the old poison heard this, they also hugged their wine jars and ran to Qin Feiyang's side. They curiously stared at the teapot. Damn. What do you mean? You want to eat from the bowl and look at the pot? To think that I treated you guys as kindred spirits. Man didn't hide it. We'll take it all. Li Zhongxing chuckled. Take it all? It looks like your stance isn't firm at all. Those who aren't firm aren't worthy of being with me. Man snorted. Li Zhongxing and the old poison couldn't help but roll their eyes. When Qin Feiyang saw the lively atmosphere, he could not help but smile. It had been a long time since he had been this relaxed and carefree. He poured a few cups of tea and pushed them to Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, the old poison, Daifuku, the Blood Ancestor, and Azure Dragon. Everyone picked up the teacup and tasted it. They couldn't help but look intoxicated. As expected, Xiao Shui immediately fell in love with the ancient dragon god tea. Do the three of you want to drink it? Li Zhongxing asked as he raised his head to look at the three divine weapons hovering in the air beside him. They were curiously examining the ancient castle. The three divine ruler weapons were stunned for a moment. They then looked at Li Zhongxing, ready to spit at him to death. They were divine weapons. How could they drink it? If you really want to try it, I have a way. Let Qin Feiyang soak a big pot for you to take a bath. Then, you'll be able to taste the tea. It's quite luxurious to bathe in divine tea. Li Zhongxing smirked. Are you messing with us? Are you looking for a beating? The three divine weapons were furious. It was as if he was purposely angering them. Qin Feiyang put down the teacup, looked at the three divine weapons, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I wanted to let you leave after saving you, but I didn't expect this to happen. I can only let you stay with us for now. The three sovereign divine weapons fell silent when they heard this. Qin Feiyang looked at the three sovereign divine weapons suspiciously. Seeing that they didn't say anything for a long time, he smiled and said, If you really want to blame me, I have nothing to say. After all, this matter started because of me. If it weren't for him, the three divine weapons would be living a carefree and comfortable life. They wouldn't have to suffer like this. Chapter 3803. When the blood ancestor heard this, he couldn't help but put down his teacup. He looked at the three sovereign weapons and sighed. In the end, it's all my fault. If I hadn't stolen the Divine King of Primal Chaos secret technique back then, why would the Black Flame Demon King come looking for trouble with us? You misunderstood. We don't want to blame you. Seeing Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor blaming themselves, the three sovereign weapons couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Qin Feiyang and the blood ancestor looked at each other. They didn't want to blame them? The golden bell sighed. Actually, we are thinking about what to do in the future. What's there to think about? When we leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, you will be free. At that time, you will be able to soar wherever you want. How can it be that simple? Green Cauldron smiled bitterly and sighed. Do you think the Divine King of Primal Chaos will let us go after you leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? Even if the Divine King of Primal Chaos is magnanimous and doesn't bicker with us, what about the Black Flame Demon King? Yes. When the Black Flame Demon King wanted to capture you, we were openly helping you. The Black Flame Demon King wanted to kill us long ago. If he didn't need us as bait to lure you in, he would have destroyed us after you escaped that day. The Golden Bell and the Ancient Pagoda spoke one after another, their words full of worry. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others fell silent. Indeed. With the Black Flame Demon King's personality, once the blood oath was over, he would definitely not let the three sovereign weapons go. Qin Feiyang looked at the three sovereign weapons and asked, Then, should I go talk to the Divine King of Primal Chaos again? No! If you go and look for her again, she'll think that you're pushing your luck and making things worse. That will definitely anger her. The blood ancestor immediately objected. I don't agree either. The madman shook his head. Then what should we do? Qin Feiyang frowned. How about? Madman rolled his eyes and looked at the three sovereign divine weapons. He smiled and said, Come with us to the Sky Cloud Realm. Yeah. Follow us to the Sky Cloud Realm. Even if they want to take revenge, they won't have the chance. Li Feng nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. If the Green Cauldron three sovereign divine weapons were willing to go to the Sky Cloud Realm, then they wouldn't have refused his invitation. That is indeed a solution, Lu Ding said after a moment of silence. Ah? Qin Feiyang looked up at the Green Cauldron. Lu Ding smiled faintly. To tell you the truth, we have already discussed this. If you really come to save us, you might as well go to the Sky Cloud Realm to have a look. Moreover, this is the only way to escape now. Really? Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. But you can't restrict our freedom, the Golden Bell said. Of course not. You can go wherever you want and do whatever you want, as long as you don't do anything outrageous. Qin Feiyang smiled. Green Cauldron laughed and said, Do we look like those cold-blooded Dominator divine weapons? It doesn't look like it. Qin Fei Yang shook his head. Then that's right. Green Cauldron chuckled. Old Qin, we've really hit the jackpot this time. Jackpot. Madman laughed secretly. Qin Fei Yang was also full of smiles. Not only did they obtain so many supreme law inheritances, but they also gained the trust of the 3 sovereign divine weapons. Now, the total number of sovereign divine weapons around them had already far surpassed any force in the sky cloud realm. They had to admit that their decision this time was really wise. If they didn't agree to stay in the Chaos Royal City, how could they obtain so many inheritances? One must know. There were a total of 6 supreme law inheritances. If they were to rely on themselves to find them, even if they had more than 900 years, it would be impossible to find so many. They might not even be able to find 1 supreme law inheritance. Come on, let's toast and celebrate. Madman laughed. Everyone was grinning from ear to ear as well, and they held up their teacups and wine jugs as they gathered together, causing them to reveal a scene of happiness and harmony. At the same time, outside the city, above a mountain range, Bloodthirsty Demon King, Feng Tian Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King gathered together. Their faces were extremely gloomy. This damn little bastard, he really didn't miss anything. I thought he had neglected the others, but I didn't expect him to remember them while refining a pill. Black Flame Demon King was annoyed. Then what should we do now? Do we really have to watch them leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure in the future? Bloodthirsty Demon King asked. This lord will absolutely not allow this kind of thing. Feng Tian Demon King roared. Then what can you do? We have already made a blood oath to not personally make a move and hurt them. Bloodthirsty Demon King frowned. Black Flame Demon King looked at the two suspiciously and asked, Then again, will this blood oath really come true? Who knows? Bloodthirsty Demon King coldly snorted. But this kind of thing, none of them dared to try it. What if it really came true? What if it really destroyed them? Feng Tian Demon King pondered for a while before his eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at the two and said, How about this? Didn't Qin Fei Yang and the others also make a blood oath? If they can't leave the Primal Chaos Royal City, then we can forcefully take them away. Good idea. This way, if the blood oath really comes true, they will definitely be instantly killed by the blood oath. Bloodthirsty Demon King nodded. Good my ass. Can you grow a brain? If we take them away from the Primal Chaos Royal City, won't it be the same as personally hurting them? If the blood oath really comes true, we will also die with them. What are our identities? What are their identities? Is it worth it to die together with them? Black Flame Demon King smiled disdainfully. That makes sense. Feng Tian Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King nodded. If they really died together, it would be too unworthy. Let's leave it at that for now. We have seen the method of the blood oath with our own eyes. When we go to find the extreme Yang Lightning Fire, we will find an undead to test it out. We will discuss it again after the results of the experiment. Black Flame Demon King pondered for a while and said, Okay. Feng Tian Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King nodded. Immediately after, the 3 of them disappeared at the end of the mountain. On the other side, Snow White Queen and Myriad Poisons Demon King walked together, carefully searching for the extreme Yang Lightning Fire. Myriad Poisons Demon King suddenly turned to Snow White Queen and asked, Do you think Feng Tian Demon King and the others will give up? With their personality, they will definitely think of a way to get rid of Qin Fei Yang and the others. Snow White Queen didn't even think about it and smiled. Then should we stop them? Because I think Lord Divine King seems to have a good impression of this Qin Fei Yang. Myriad Poisons Demon King frowned. I'm sure. I can see that too. Snow White Queen nodded then said, But why should we stop them? This is their own matter, and you know the personality of Feng Tian Demon King and the others. If we stop them, they will blame us for being nosy. That's true. As long as it doesn't hinder us from getting rid of our undead bodies. Myriad Poisons Demon King nodded with a smile. That's right. In short, I also have a good impression of this Qin Fei Yang. Because from his words, it's not hard to see that he is a person who values friendship, understands gratitude, and is responsible. I believe that as long as you get along with him sincerely, you will get along very well. Snow White Queen smiled. Half a day passed. In the ancient castle. Seeing that they had drunk enough, Man stood up and said, "Let's not keep drinking like this. Let's hurry up and comprehend the law inheritance." Yunxiang and the others also put down their wine jars. Azure Dragon drank his tea and shook his head with a smile. "You guys go, I won't go." "Ah?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Didn't Azure Dragon also obtain the law of devour inheritance? Azure Dragon looked at the tightly closed door of the ancient castle with a trace of vigilance, and said in a low voice, "I won't hide it from you guys. I want this inheritance to be left for that child Shura." "What?" Yunxiang was astonished, asking, "You're asking for it for senior brother?" "Yes." Azure Dragon nodded. Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at each other. One must know. This was an inheritance, not a miniature. An inheritance was equivalent to directly giving you an ultimate profound, while a miniature was only to help you open the door to the ultimate. After that, you still need to rely on yourself to comprehend it. These were two different natures. But Azure Dragon was actually willing to give an inheritance to someone else? And it was an inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound. This breadth of mind, this generosity, this love and contribution to the younger generation, it was really admirable. Everyone finally understood. Why could the human emperor and feather emperor have such glory today? Why were the human emperor and feather emperor so loved and respected? This was because of Azure Dragon. They were all influenced by Azure Dragon's great breadth of mind. As the saying goes, like father, like son. This sentence could also be used on Azure Dragon and the human emperor. This junior admires you. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, stood up, and bowed to Azure Dragon. The three juniors, Frenzy, Li Feng, and Yunxiang, also stood up and bowed deeply. Because Azure Dragon was qualified to make them bow. "I can't accept it." Azure Dragon waved his hand. "Old man, after this mess, this ancestor is a little embarrassed." "Fine." The blood ancestor helplessly stared at Azure Dragon, took out the inheritance of the law of time, and threw it to Qin Feiyang. "Huh!" Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor in shock. "Old man, are you crazy again?" The Frenzy also had a look of surprise. "Leave it for the white-eyed wolf. Hasn't he always wanted it? Moreover, he has mastered 6 supreme laws, so his future achievements will definitely be higher than this ancestor's. So, this inheritance will be of great value to him." The blood ancestor smiled faintly. "For the white-eyed wolf?" Qin Feiyang and the Frenzy looked at each other. This was too unexpected. Li Feng also had a look of shock. When he came back to his senses, he roared, "I am your disciple! You should be content!" The blood ancestor rolled his eyes at Li Feng. The divine king of primal chaos said that the souls of the dead that he gave to Li Feng were enough to directly upgrade a supreme law from the first to the ultimate. "I'm just saying." Li Feng smiled. Of course, he couldn't compete with the white-eyed wolf. He regarded Qin Feiyang as his big brother, and the white-eyed wolf was no exception. Chapter 3804. Qin Feiyang glanced at Li Feng, then looked at the blood ancestor, and shook his head. "Ancestor, you really don't have to do this, enough. What's wrong with a man being so wishy-washy? Besides, the human emperor and feather emperor are like brothers to me. It's only right that I take care of you. We'll talk about it later. Do you think this ancestor is just giving you an inheritance? No. This ancestor is giving you the hope and burden of humanity's future. In the future you will replace this ancestor, the human emperor, the feather emperor, and of course, the azure dragon and the other guardian beasts to protect the sky cloud realm," the blood ancestor said. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, took the inheritance, and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, we won't let you down." "That's enough." The blood ancestor smiled. Li Feng rolled his eyes and looked at the blood ancestor. Master, in fact, your time law can also be upgraded to the ultimate level. What nonsense are you talking about? The blood ancestor looked at Li Feng suspiciously. He couldn't even leave the primal chaos royal city, so how could he upgrade it? Li Feng waved his hand, and the imprisoned souls of the dead appeared. Your path to success is through them. You want to give them to this ancestor? What about you? The blood ancestor frowned. Who said I'll give them to you? I mean, we'll absorb them together. Didn't the primal chaos divine king say that? These souls of the dead are enough for us to upgrade a supreme law from the first to the ultimate level. My space-time law has already been upgraded to the ultimate level, and with the help of the Ice Phoenix, I've devoured many souls of the dead, which strengthened my space-time law quite a bit. In other words, I might only need half of these souls of the dead. As for you, I believe you've also devoured many souls of the dead over the years, so your time law must have been strengthened a lot. It might even be stronger than mine. So, if I'm not wrong, these souls of the dead should be enough to upgrade our space-time law and time law to the ultimate level. Li Feng explained. Yes. Why didn't this ancestor think of this? The blood ancestor slapped his head. Only then did Qin Feiyang and the others come to their senses. These souls were enough to raise a law from the first to the ultimate level. Li Feng and the blood progenitor's laws of time and space had long since reached the ultimate level. Furthermore, they had devoured quite a number of souls of the dead after reaching the ultimate level. Perhaps the souls of the dead that the divine king of chaos was giving them could really help them break through. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood ancestor and Li Feng. He smiled and said, Then you can try first. It would be best if it works, but if it doesn't, we'll think of something else. What is it? The blood ancestor was suspicious. According to my observations, of the 10 great demon kings, Theta Wang's people are the most hostile towards us. As for the other demon kings, they don't have any hostility toward us, but they don't have any good impression of us either. However, Snow Queen seems to have a good attitude towards us. Who knows, we might be able to ask her for help. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right then. The blood ancestor looked at the souls of the dead and couldn't resist the temptation. Qin Feiyang then looked at Daifuku and said, Don't tell me that you want the inheritance of the law of karma for your princess? What else? Daifuku asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. These people of the older generation were truly admirable. However, this was only limited to people like Azure Dragon, Daifuku, and the blood ancestor. If it were other antiques, would they still want him to give away the inheritance of the ultimate level of law? Dream on. All right, all of you can go into seclusion. You can choose any cultivation room you want. Patriarch, I'll have to trouble you to set up a time array to save time. As for Elder Qing and Daifuku, don't just sit around. Although you have to give away the inheritance, you still have your law miniature. Qin Feiyang smiled. I don't need you to remind me. When you go and meet the divine king of primal chaos, be careful. Azure Dragon reminded. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and swept his gaze over everyone, feeling gratified. Let's talk about the madman first. Now that he had grasped the ultimate level of the law of thunder, the law of death, the law of war, and the law of slaughter, he already had his own miniature. As for the law of space-time, the law of space-time? When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he was slightly stunned. Previously, when he ransacked the treasury of the black-robed old man's group, he had obtained 2 miniature versions of the law of space-time. At that time, the madman and Yunxiang each took one. With the miniature version, why would the madman still want the inheritance of the law of space-time? Senior brother, did you make a mistake? Don't you have a miniature version of the law of space-time? Qin Feiyang looked at the madman suspiciously. I know. But the miniature version hasn't merged yet. The madman nodded. Yes. Qin Feiyang suddenly patted his head. Back then, after receiving the miniature version, Li Zhongxing immediately brought them to look for Qiao Shui. Then, they went to the Flame Mountain Range to look for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. Then, they encountered the old poison. Finally, the bloodthirsty Fiend King appeared, and they came to the primal chaos royal city. Therefore, it wasn't just the Man-Man. Yunxiang, Daifuku, Azure Dragon, and even Qin Feiyang didn't merge their miniature versions. The Man-Man chuckled. Now that I have the inheritance, I naturally don't need this miniature version of the law of space-time. You can leave it to Brother Wolf. After the Man-Man finished speaking, he returned the miniature version of the law of space-time to Qin Feiyang. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and kept the miniature version of the law of space-time. In other words, after receiving the inheritance of the law of space-time, the Man-Man would have grasped the two ultimate levels of the law of thunder and the law of time. The law of death, law of slaughter, and law of war would also have their miniature versions. It could be said that the Man-Man's strength had undergone a tremendous change after entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Yunxiang also gained a lot. First was the Yin-Yang Mirror, a sovereign weapon, then the inheritance of the law of death, and the miniature version of the law of space-time. There was also Princess Huifeng. Her harvest could be said to be the greatest. The Feng people's sovereign weapons had all submitted, as well as the Frost Sparrow sword and the Phoenix Bell. Then there was the inheritance of the law of fire, the miniature version of the law of devour, and the law of karma that Daifuku had prepared for her. Of course, the one who gained the most was Qin Feiyang himself. Although the miniature version of the law of destruction was only the law of destruction, and the inheritance was only the law of karma, he had obtained more than a dozen sovereign weapons. The Ice Phoenix Sword, the White Dragon Sword, the Black Dragon Mirror, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Heavenly Star Divine Sword, the All-Creation Cauldron, the Void Mirror, the Edgeless Heavy Sword, the Silver Moon Divine Sword, the Golden Sun Divine Sword, and now the Green Cauldron, the Crimson Golden Bell, and the Ancient Pagoda. These were the 13 sovereign weapons. This didn't include the Ghost Divine King Throne, the Crimson Dragon Shield, and Li Zhongxing's sovereign weapons that the White-Eyed Wolf had obtained. In short, even if he stayed in the Chaos Royal City for the next few years, he already had the ability to compete with the various forbidden zones. Of course, Longqin might become an accident. If he left Longqin alone, he would definitely be able to subdue many sovereign weapons and find a large number of law of destruction. As for the inheritance, Qin Feiyang didn't consider it. If the inheritance was so easy to find, the last time the Feather Emperor and the others entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the little rabbit wouldn't be the only one who found the inheritance of two supreme laws. However, it seemed that he couldn't leave Longqin alone. If Longqin subdued the sovereign weapons and found the law of destruction for himself, it wouldn't matter. But if it was for the dragons, then he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Because if the dragons became stronger, it wouldn't be good for him. Then you guys go into seclusion first. I'll go find the Divine King. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Frenzy and the others and said this. Then he turned around and opened the gate of the ancient castle. He quickly walked out. Will there be any problems? Azure Dragon was worried. Don't worry. Looking at the Primal Chaos Divine King's attitude, there shouldn't be any problems. Blood Ancestor said, but he wasn't sure. After Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle, the gate of the ancient castle quickly closed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the ancient castle and walked to the side hall. The gate didn't close. Qin Feiyang walked to the gate and looked at the Primal Chaos Divine King, who was sitting above. He cupped his hands and said, Senior! Come in! The Primal Chaos Divine King smiled faintly. Qin Feiyang walked into the hall. Sit! The Primal Chaos Divine King pointed at the stone chair next to him. Okay. Qin Feiyang walked over and sat on the stone chair. He smiled and said, I wonder why Senior Divine King called this junior here in private? The Primal Chaos Divine King said, Open your law of life and death again and let me take a good look. So you're curious about the law of life and death? Qin Feiyang mumbled, and with a thought, the power of life and death emerged. The Primal Chaos Divine King waved her hand, and a strand of the power of life and death shot through the air and floated above her palm. Then, the Primal Chaos Divine King silently looked at the strand of life and death power. Qin Feiyang was a bit confused. Wasn't it all law energy? What was there to see? After a long while, the primal chaos divine king waved her hand, and the strand of life and death power returned to Qin Feiyang's body. She asked, "What stage should you reach in your comprehension of the law of life and death?" "The fifth profound," Qin Feiyang truthfully replied. The primal chaos divine king nodded and smiled. "Then are you in a state where you can't move an inch?" "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Although he had comprehended the fifth profound, he had not made any progress in the supreme profound. The primal chaos divine king smiled faintly, and a wave of law energy rushed out of her body. Qin Feiyang looked at the wave of law energy and suddenly stood up. How was this possible? It was also the power of life and death. "You didn't see wrong, I have also comprehended the law of life and death. This is why I asked you to come. Because you are the second person I know besides me to have activated the law of life and death." The primal chaos divine king smiled. "Then what about your eyes?" Qin Feiyang looked at the primal chaos divine king's eyes. The primal chaos divine king's eyes were black and white, very similar to the eye of life and death, but there was no power of life and death, so he was not sure. My eyes were born like this, and it has nothing to do with the eye of life and death. I also don't like to activate the eye of life and death, because I don't like to pry into other people's secrets." The primal chaos divine king smiled faintly, and her gaze and tone towards Qin Feiyang were even gentler. Chapter 3805. Born with it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. But this pair of eyes is not simple. Don't be so curious, because only enemies have the chance to see the true face of this pair of eyes. And those who have seen the true face of this pair of eyes have already become ghosts of hell. The divine king of chaos chuckled. Qin Feiyang was indeed very curious, but when he heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but shudder. So dangerous? Then forget it. But this was something to be happy about. Because it wasn't hard to tell from the divine king of chaos's words that the divine king of chaos didn't see him as an enemy. Qin Feiyang asked, "Senior, you must have comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death by now, right? Can this junior see it?" "No." The divine king of chaos shook his head. "What? You don't?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. The ultimate meaning of the law of life and death is too difficult. I haven't been able to comprehend it since I started cultivating. I've been stuck at the highest level. But when I got rid of my undead body, I suddenly had an epiphany, so I'm going to go into seclusion for a while." The divine king of chaos smiled. "Seclusion?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and hurriedly said, "Senior, you can't go into seclusion at this time." The divine king of chaos looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He didn't want her to go into seclusion? What's going on? Logically speaking, Qin Feiyang should be very happy to hear that she was going into seclusion. After all, being watched by the divine king every day, no one would feel comfortable. But soon, the divine king of chaos revealed a look of realization and said with a smile, "You're worried that the Black Flame Demon King, the Celestial Demon King, and the Bloodthirsty Demon King will harm you. You can also see the evil in their hearts?" Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. "Of course." The divine king of primal chaos nodded and smiled faintly. "They are my subordinates. After following me for so many years, I know them all too well. I can tell from their every move what they want to do. Then why are you still in seclusion? You're the only one I trust." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Don't worry. With the blood oath, they wouldn't dare to make a move themselves even if they were plotting something. Furthermore, I will instruct the Primal Chaos Royal City to personally escort you out of here when the time comes." The divine king of primal chaos smiled. "That's good." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. With the deterrence of the Primal Chaos Royal City, these demon kings did not dare to act recklessly. "The reason I called you here is actually because I want to explain the profound mysteries of the laws of life and death to you before I enter seclusion. I hope this will be of some help to you. The divine king of chaos smiled. This? Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly became sluggish. This was simply an unexpected surprise. What was the most important thing in the path of cultivation? Someone would definitely say that it was resources. But in fact, that was not the case. The most important thing was a guide. This was also the reason why people in the world raced to join various forces. Because after joining these forces, there would be someone to teach you cultivation and guide you. Even if it was just a little bit of guidance, it could save you a lot of time and avoid many detours. And Qin Feiyang's current predicament was that he lacked a guide. Because in this world, there were too few people who had mastered the laws of life and death. Before meeting the divine king of primal chaos, he thought that he was the only one in the world who had activated the laws of life and death. Therefore, everything about the laws of life and death had to be figured out by himself. And now, there was suddenly someone who had activated the laws of life and death, and his comprehension and attainment were higher than his. Most importantly, he was willing to personally teach him, one could imagine. How good would that be for him? The divine king of primal chaos teased. Looking at your reaction, you seem to be a little, yes. I couldn't ask for more. Thank you, Senior Divine King. This junior will repay you well in the future, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. What a joke, how could he let such a good thing slip away from under his nose? It could be said that this made him even more excited than receiving the inheritance of the ultimacy of termination. No matter how strong the inheritance of the ultimacy of life and death was, it was only an ultimate law. Once the laws of life and death were comprehended to the ultimacy of life and death, it could crush all the other ultimate laws and even sovereign divine weapons. Although the divine king of primal chaos was only explaining to him the ultimacy of life and death, there was still a long way to go before it could crush all the other ultimate laws and sovereign divine weapons. But, without the ultimacy of life and death, how could there be an ultimacy? So it was clear at a glance which was more important. It wouldn't be too late to receive the inheritance of the ultimacy of karma after listening to the divine king of primal chaos's explanation. Boom! As the divine king of primal chaos waved his hand, the door of the hall closed, and the hall immediately became a world that was isolated from the outside world. Apart from the primal chaos royal city, no one knew what the two were doing in the hall. 3 days later, a skinny old man flew into the primal chaos royal city at lightning speed. He was wearing a long black robe, and his deep-set eyes glowed with a dark green light. His thin body, coupled with his erratic and weak aura, made him look like a ghost. However, there was an unconcealable joy on his wrinkled face. Swoosh! The black-robed old man landed in front of the ancient castle's door. He didn't get angry when he saw the tightly shut door. Instead, he spoke in a very polite tone and said with a hoarse voice, "Brother Qin, please come out and meet me. I'm sorry, Qin Feiyang isn't here right now." The ancient castle's voice sounded. "He's not here?" The black-robed old man was stunned. He turned around and scanned the primal chaos royal city. He asked suspiciously, "He left the primal chaos royal city? Didn't he swear a blood oath that he can't leave?" "He didn't leave the primal chaos royal city," the ancient castle said indifferently. "He didn't? Then why can't I sense his aura in the city? Is he purposely making things difficult for me?" The black-robed old man frowned. Since he didn't leave the primal chaos royal city, he must be in the ancient castle. He was clearly inside, but he said he wasn't. If he wasn't making things difficult for him, then what was? The ancient castle wanted to explain, but after hearing this, he couldn't be bothered to waste his breath and remained silent. "What do you mean?" The black-robed old man's face gradually showed a hint of viciousness. It was as if he was an awakening devil. There seemed to be countless ferocious ghosts roaring around the black-robed old man. It was obvious. He was definitely a devil who killed people like scything flax. But at this moment, with a loud bang, the main hall beside the square opened. The black-robed old man hurriedly looked at the main hall and saw a white-robed young man walk out with his head lowered. He seemed to be in deep thought. It was Qin Feiyang. What's going on? He actually walked out of the Divine King's palace? The black-robed old man was surprised. After the Divine King of Primal Chaos successfully passed the tribulation, the Fiend Kings immediately left the city to search for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. Therefore, they didn't know that Qin Feiyang had comprehended the law of life and death and that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had given them. After Qin Feiyang came out of the main hall, he stopped on the stairs and lowered his head without saying a word. He didn't notice the black-robed old man at all. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? The black-robed old man walked over suspiciously. Even though he was standing at the bottom of the stairs, Qin Feiyang didn't notice. There was a hint of understanding and confusion between his eyebrows. The black-robed old man became more and more confused. He couldn't help but raise his skinny arm and wave it in front of Qin Feiyang, but there was still no reaction. Brother Qin? After waiting for a while, seeing that Qin Feiyang was still the same, the black-robed old man couldn't help but ask. Ah? Qin Feiyang quivered and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. When he saw the black-robed old man, he was slightly stunned. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. The black-robed old man smiled bitterly. Waiting for me? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. When he came to his senses, he hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, Sorry, I was too engrossed in my thoughts. It's okay. The black-robed old man waved his hand. The amazing aura in his body had been restrained when Qin Feiyang came out of the main hall. Senior, are you looking for me? Qin Feiyang looked around and saw that the black-robed old man was alone, so he asked suspiciously. The black-robed old man directly took out a thunder fire of extreme yang. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The black-robed old man smiled and said, I was lucky. Not long after I went out, I heard about the thunder fire of extreme yang. In that case, Junior will congratulate Senior in advance. Qin Feiyang smiled and reached out to take the thunder fire of extreme yang. It's all thanks to you. The black-robed old man shook his head. You're welcome. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, looked at the ancient castle, and said with a smile, Then I'll go and refine it first. Please wait for a moment. Okay. The black-robed old man nodded. He was quite tactful. Even when the Divine King of Chaos wanted to enter the ancient castle to take a look at the process of refining the pill, Qin Feiyang didn't let him in, let alone him. Moreover, at this time, he couldn't defend Qin Feiyang. Although he had promised to refine the undead bottleneck-breaking pill for them, there was no time limit. He could refine it now or when he left the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. If he didn't know, he wouldn't care. But now that he knew about the existence of the undead bottleneck-breaking pill, and even the Divine King of Chaos had gotten rid of his undead body, he didn't want to wait a moment longer. Not to mention seeing the refined undead bottleneck-breaking pill later, even looking at Qin Feiyang walking toward the ancient castle now, he couldn't help but feel excited. Finally, he could get rid of his undead body and be reborn as a human. When Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the door, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the black-robed old man, asking, May I ask how I should address Senior? The black-robed old man laughed. Everyone calls me Ghost Demon King. Ghost Demon King. Qin Feiyang muttered and laughed. Then please wait a moment, I'll be right out. No problem. The black-robed old man laughed hoarsely. Not long after entering the castle, Qin Feiyang came out with an undead bottleneck-breaking pill and handed it to the Ghost Demon King with both hands. Thank you. The Ghost Demon King happily took the undead bottleneck-breaking pill. No need to thank me. I only hope that Senior can take care of this Junior in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Now that he had offended Feng Tian Demon King, Bloodthirsty Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King, he would try his best not to offend the other Demon Kings in the future. Moreover, there was still a long way to go, and he might need the help of these Demon Kings in the future. It's a small matter. If Brother Qi needs any help in the future, feel free to look for me. How could an old and shrewd person like the Ghost Demon King not understand Qin Feiyang's thoughts? Chapter 3806. All right, hurry up and transcend the tribulation. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he returned to the castle and closed the door. Spirit Demon King looked at the closed door, and a smile flashed across his eyes. As Snow White Queen said, this young man's character was indeed not bad. Not to mention anything else, just calling him senior made him feel very comfortable. Subsequently, he left the square and found a remote place to begin transcending the tribulation. At the same time, a heavenly tribulation also descended on a mountain range. Below, a middle-aged man looked at the heavenly tribulation and fled with a face full of horror. But in the end, he was still shattered by the heavenly tribulation. Not far away, 3 people were still standing. These 3 people were Bloodthirsty Demon King, Feng Tian Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King. When they saw this scene, their faces were still filled with horror. Not only did the blood oath come true, but it also instantly killed an undead who had condensed a body of flesh and blood. When they were looking for their target, they also deliberately observed the other party's strength. The middle-aged man who was killed by the heavenly tribulation not only condensed a body, but also grasped the ultimate profound of the strongest law. But even so, he was unable to block the attack of the heavenly tribulation. This was enough to prove that even they would not be able to block the heavenly tribulation. This little bastard is really ruthless. He actually made us swear such a terrifying oath. Feng Tian Demon King clenched his fists. In the past, he did not care much, but at this moment, seeing an undead die under the heavenly tribulation with his own eyes, a wave of resentment rose in his heart. But he did not think about it. It was not Qin Feiyang who forced them to swear a blood oath. They were all willing to do it for the sake of obtaining the undead barrier-breaking pill. Could this be blamed on Qin Feiyang? So, it was useless to say anything to an unreasonable person. Then what do we do now? Bloodthirsty Demon King frowned. Although he was like a child, his mind was extremely vicious. We definitely can't do it ourselves. Black Flame Demon King shook his head. Besides the Divine King and us, who else can beat them? Moreover, they are now hiding in the Chaos Royal City. As long as they don't leave the Chaos Royal City, even if we find someone who has the strength to kill them, it is meaningless. Feng Tian Demon King said. They have also made a blood oath, so no matter what, they will definitely not leave the Chaos Royal City. Furthermore, now, the matter of the undead barrier-breaking pill has already spread throughout the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, we can't even get enough time to curry favor with them, let alone kill them for us. Besides, the blood oath also covers it. We can't instigate these undead to kill them. Currently, the only thing I can think of is the Sovereign Divine Weapon and the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. They don't need the undead barrier-breaking pill. If I can think of a way to get them to help, there might be a chance. Demon King Black Flame pondered. As long as Qin Feiyang and the others don't leave the Chaos Royal City, no amount of Dominator weapons can kill them. Because the Divine King and the Chaos Royal City do not allow anyone to offend them. And those ruler weapons wouldn't dare to charge into the Primal Chaos Royal City. I have an idea. Feng Tian Demon King's eyes glinted. What idea? Black Flame Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King looked at him expectantly. They're Qin Feiyang's companions. Demon King Feng Tian sneered. What? Don't you forget that we've also made a blood oath to not harm his companions. Moreover, we can't instigate other undead or Dominator weapons to harm them. Bloodthirsty Demon King was startled and hurriedly said. We can't, but that doesn't mean others can't. Don't forget. This time, Qin Feiyang's group isn't the only ones that have entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. From what I know, there are several other factions. Aren't these factions very good chess pieces to be used? Feng Tian Demon King sneered. That's right. We can look for them. They aren't the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, so even if we instigate them, it won't be within the scope of the blood oath. Black Flame Demon King and Bloodthirsty Demon King slapped their heads, suddenly enlightened. That's right. Feng Tian Demon King nodded and sneered. When Qin Feiyang made us swear the blood oath, he didn't mention these people at all. This means that either they aren't closely related to him, or they're enemies. This idea is a good one. But even if we find these people and convince them to help, they probably won't dare to come to the Primal Chaos Royal City. Black Flame Demon King frowned after calming down. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. As long as we give them enough benefits, they'll definitely be tempted. Even if they don't dare to come to the Primal Chaos Royal City, we can have them get rid of Qin Feiyang's companions first. I'm sure that when Qin Feiyang hears about the deaths of his companions, he'll be so heartbroken that he'll despair. He might even lose his mind and charge out of the Primal Chaos Royal City to take revenge on those people. The moment he leaves the Primal Chaos Royal City, the wrath of the heavens will descend, and we won't even need to do anything. Feng Tian Demon King couldn't help but laugh at the end. Even he had to admire himself for coming up with such a good idea. Makes sense. Even if he doesn't lose his mind, being able to see his pained and sorrowful expression will relieve some of the anger in our hearts. Bloodthirsty Demon King also laughed sinisterly. But the prerequisite is that we have to find him to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill. Don't make things difficult for us then. Then let's go back now. Anyway, we've already found 3 extreme yang lightning fires. As for whether the other demon kings have found them or not, it has nothing to do with us. The 3 of them hit it off and immediately returned to the Primal Chaos Royal City. 3 days later, when they returned to the Primal Chaos Royal City, they found out that Spirit Demon King had already gotten rid of his undead body. Their desire for the undead barrier-breaking pill became even stronger. The Demon Kings weren't that united, and they competed with each other. No one wanted to lose to the other. When they arrived at the entrance of the ancient castle and saw the tightly shut door, the 3 Demon Kings couldn't help but mock in their hearts. They actually closed the door to their guests. If not for the undead barrier-breaking pill, who would come here? How arrogant. Qin Feiyang, come out and get the extreme yang lightning fire. Bloodthirsty Demon King spoke with an arrogant tone. Even if he was begging for help, he wasn't willing to lower his attitude, as if someone owed him. It was very unpleasant. Sure enough. When Qin Feiyang walked out and saw the arrogant attitude of the 3 of them, a sense of disgust immediately rose in his heart. But there was one point that was worth paying attention to. The 3 of them actually came back together, which meant that the 3 of them were really in cahoots. It seemed that in the future, it wouldn't be too peaceful. Bloodthirsty Demon King waved his hand, and 3 extreme yang lightning fires flew in front of Qin Feiyang, and said indifferently, "Quickly refine it for us, don't make us wait too long." Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3 of them and nodded. "All right, I'll go refine it for you guys now." Finished. He turned around and entered the ancient castle with the 3 extreme yang lightning fires. These 3 people really don't know what's good for them. The voice of the ancient castle sounded in the cultivation room. Since they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being merciless. Watch how I torment them. Qin Feiyang sneered and opened the furnace to refine pills. 3 undead barrier-breaking pills were successfully produced. However, he kept it in his own pouch. Then, he deliberately made a loud noise in the cultivation room. "What's going on?" When the 3 demon kings heard the loud noise outside, their faces couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Soon, Qin Feiyang walked out with a dejected face. "What happened to you?" The 3 of them frowned. "I'm sorry, there was an accident when I was refining the pill, and the herbs were scrapped." Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. "What? The herbs are scrapped?" The 3 of them were stunned. "I can only trouble you to find 3 more extreme yang lightning fires. By the way, help me find a pill furnace. My pill furnace also has some problems, and it's very easy for it to explode. Once it explodes, the herbs will be scrapped again." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to enter the castle. "Stop right there!" Feng Tian Demon King shouted angrily. Qin Feiyang's lips curled up into a smile, but he quickly concealed it. He turned to look at Feng Tian Demon King and asked suspiciously, "Lord Demon King, is there anything else?" You refined for the Divine King, and there was no accident. There was no accident when refining for the Ghost Demon King. But there was an accident when refining for us, and the 3 extreme young lightning fires were all scrapped. How could such a coincidence happen at the same time? Do you think we're stupid? Feng Tian Demon King roared, and a terrifying aura surged out, enveloping all directions, and the world couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Ghost Demon King heard the commotion and ran over, looking at the 3 of them in surprise. Help us judge. We finally found 3 extreme young lightning fires, but now he's telling us that there was a problem during the refining process, and all of them were scrapped. If it was you, would you believe it? The 3 of them looked at Ghost Demon King indignantly. Ugh! Ghost Demon King was stunned. 3 extreme young lightning fires were scrapped? There couldn't be such a coincidence. Qin Feiyang stood under Feng Tian Demon King's demonic might without fear, and said indifferently, "When refining pills, accidents can happen at any time. Not to mention me, even the alchemy masters in the world can't guarantee success every time. Is it an accident that the 3 extreme young lightning fires were all scrapped? Do you believe it yourself?" Bloodthirsty Demon King said angrily. "Of course I believe it. Because this kind of thing is very common. You guys are not alchemists, so you won't understand no matter how much I say. Instead of wasting time here with me, why don't you hurry up and find the extreme young lightning fires? Don't forget, there's still the alchemy furnace. I can't guarantee that I won't fail next time." Qin Feiyang said indifferently. "Are you threatening us?" The 3 of them clenched their fists, and their eyes were as sharp as blades. "How is that possible? I can't wait to curry favor with you guys. It's really an accident. I don't want either. If you guys are really unhappy in your heart, then kill me to vent your anger." After saying that, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, full of provocation. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Bloodthirsty Demon King stared at Qin Feiyang, and a bloody light surged in his eyes. "Don't be impulsive. If you kill him, you will be erased by the wrath of heaven. It's not worth it." Black Flame Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King quickly stopped Bloodthirsty Demon King. Chapter 3807. But he's obviously playing with us. What did he say about helping him find the pill furnace? What does he take us for? As his subordinates? Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. "Calm down. As long as we get the undead barrier-breaking pill, we'll let him have a taste of losing his companions." Feng Tian Demon King thought. "That's right. It's not good to fall out with him now. Otherwise, who knows how he'll torture us." Black Flame Demon King also secretly advised. Hearing this, Bloodthirsty Demon King stared at Qin Feiyang gloomily, took a deep breath, and nodded. "All right, we'll go find the pill furnace for you. You just wait patiently." Qin Feiyang opened his eyes. With a trace of a smile on his face, he said, "It seems that the 3 of you are also reasonable people. In that case, Junior will thank you in advance." "Humph!" Bloodthirsty Demon King snorted coldly, turned around, and soared into the sky, breaking through the air like lightning. "I hope there won't be any accidents next time." Feng Tian Demon King and Black Flame Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I'll do my best." Qin Feiyang nodded. A cold light flashed in their eyes as they chased after Bloodthirsty Demon King. "Brother Qin, good move!" Ghost Demon King looked at the backs of the 3, then looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled in admiration. "Huh!" Qin Feiyang looked at Ghost Demon King and asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you mean by that? We're all smart people, why play dumb? But you still have to listen to me, you can't go too far, you have to stop while you can." The Phantom Demon King smiled and turned to leave. Qin Feiyang looked at Ghost Demon King's back, then looked at Bloodthirsty Demon Theta Wang's back, and a trace of ridicule appeared in his eyes. "Fight with me? I have a way to deal with you." Another 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang and the others had already arrived at Chaos Imperial City for 9 days. In these 9 days, more and more undead gathered outside the city. Without exception, they were all here for the undead barrier-breaking pill. However, even though the Divine King of Chaos was in seclusion, and even though the Spirit Demon King was the only one in the city, none of the undead dared to approach the Chaos Royal City. In their eyes, the Chaos Royal City was an absolute forbidden zone. Why hasn't Qin Feiyang come out yet? He can't be staying in the Primal Chaos Imperial City forever, right? If that's the case, how would we have the chance to meet him? Don't even mention begging him for medicinal pills. Among them, there were quite a number of dead spirits who had condensed physical bodies. They were all gathered together and looked at the Chaos Royal City from afar. Their faces were filled with anxiety. What are you all doing here? Do you think we don't exist? Suddenly, a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded. The group of undead turned their heads and saw two figures flying over from the void behind them. It was Snow White Queen and the Myriad Poisons Demon King. Greetings, Lord Demon Kings! All the undead knelt in the air and kowtowed. They were all extremely nervous. The Myriad Poisons Demon King stopped above a group of undead and gloomily said, "When did our territory become a gathering place for ants like you? I'm sorry. We didn't mean to offend you. Furthermore, we didn't get close to the Chaos Royal City. We just wanted to meet Qin Feiyang. Please have mercy on us and don't chase us away. We promise we won't cause any trouble here." The group of undead hurriedly begged. "Do you also want the undead barrier-breaking pill?" Snow White Queen smiled and asked. "Yes." The undead nodded. Snow White Queen shook her head and said, "But Qin Feiyang can't leave the Chaos Royal City now. Even if you keep waiting, it will be in vain." "Can't leave the Chaos Royal City? Why? Could he have been imprisoned by His Excellency the God King?" The undead were bewildered. The Myriad Poisons Demon King's eyes flashed as he asked, "If Qin Feiyang is really imprisoned by Lord Divine King, what are you going to do?" We will jointly plead for Qin Feiyang. We plead for Lord Divine King and Lord Demon Kings to be merciful." The group of undead hesitated for a moment before begging. Hearing this, Snow White Queen couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the Myriad Poisons Demon King and said, "It seems like Qin Feiyang has become a hot commodity in our Sky Bell Divine Treasury. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked him to be able to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill?" The Myriad Poisons Demon King smiled bitterly. Snow White Queen glanced at the undead below and shook her head. "Forget it. Don't bother with them. It's fine as long as they follow the rules and don't cause trouble." "All right." The Myriad Poisons Demon King hesitated for a moment before nodding with a smile. Schwa! The two retracted their gazes and entered the Chaos Royal City without looking back. Could it be that Qin Feiyang is really imprisoned by them? Then what's the point of waiting here? No. We must not let Qin Feiyang be in the hands of the Divine King. He is our only hope. But the other party is the Divine King of Chaos, one of the 10 Demon Kings. What can we do? Then let's do as we said earlier. We will plead for Qin Feiyang. That's right. We must fight for Qin Feiyang's survival. Everyone, if we want to see Qin Feiyang, we have to be united. From now on, we will kneel on the ground until the Divine King releases him. Okay. Although we are not as powerful as the Divine King, as long as we are sincere, I believe that we will be able to move the Divine King. Hence, a shocking scene appeared. The undead from all directions knelt outside the city one after another. Some knelt on the ground while some knelt in the void. Furthermore, as more and more undead rushed over after hearing the news, they knelt without hesitation and pleaded for mercy after learning about the situation. It can't be! On the city wall. When Snow White Queen and Demon King saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Spirit Demon King heard the commotion and leaped onto the city wall. When he saw this spectacular scene, he was also shocked. The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure actually knelt down and pleaded for mercy for an outsider. This had never happened before. Was this the charm of the undead bottleneck-breaking pill? We followed the Divine King for countless years and experienced countless bloody battles before we managed to rule the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. But now, Qin Feiyang has made these undead willingly submit to him with just the undead bottleneck breaking pill. In comparison, why does it feel so ridiculous? Snow White Queen shook her head bitterly. Sigh. There's no other way. Getting rid of the body of the undead is the wish of all the undead. Now that they finally see hope, how can they not fight for it? Spirit Demon King walked over and said emotionally. Snow White Queen and Demon King looked at Spirit Demon King, and there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. There's nothing to see. Isn't it just getting rid of the body of the undead and reincarnating as a human? In fact, it's no different from before. Spirit Demon King waved his hand and smiled, but his face was full of unconcealable pride. How shameless! Snow White Queen and Demon King rolled their eyes. Spirit Demon King said, But 3 days ago, a very interesting thing happened. What is it? The two were suspicious. Spirit Demon King immediately told them about how Qin Feiyang played with bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang. The two were stunned. How could he be so bold? He dared to play with the 3 demon kings. Myriad Poison's Demon King asked with some schadenfreude. Then Demon King Feng Tian and the others, their faces must have been very ugly at that time. Do you still need to say it? They almost killed Qin Feiyang. Fortunately, they still know a little sense of propriety. Spirit Demon King smiled hoarsely. Snow White Queen asked. Then when you went to find Qin Feiyang, did he make things difficult for you? Not at all. Not long after, he gave me the undead barrier-breaking pill with both hands. To be honest, I was quite surprised at that time, because at first, I thought that he might take the opportunity to ask for some benefits from me. After all, human greed knows no bounds. Spirit Demon King said. It seems that I really didn't misjudge him. This boy is indeed a good young man. For people like him, if you are good to him, he will be twice as good to you, but if you have malice towards him, he will also pay you back twice as good. Snow White Queen smiled slightly. Anyway, there's only one sentence, revenge. Myriad Poison's Demon King said. And there's one more sentence, gratitude must be repaid. Snow White Queen smiled. Myriad Poison's Demon King was slightly taken aback, shook his head and smiled. It seems that you really have a good impression of him. Because he and I are the same kind of people. Let's go and find him. I hope he won't make things difficult for us. Snow White Queen said with a smile, and then rushed toward the castle with Myriad Poison's Demon King. Spirit Demon King glanced at the undead outside the city. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. About a few hundred breaths later, in front of the castle, Qin Feiyang brought the 2 undead barrier-breaking pills and walked in front of Snow White Queen and Myriad Poison's Demon King. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They were already mentally prepared for Qin Feiyang to make things difficult for them, but the result proved that they were just thinking too much. Snow White Queen took the undead barrier-breaking pill and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. If you have time, you can go to the city walls and take a look. At that time, use your brain and think about it. Maybe without leaving the Primal Chaos Imperial City, you can still have a good harvest. City walls? Qin Feiyang was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at the city walls in the distance, his eyes filled with suspicion. However, Snow White Queen did not say anything else, and soared into the air with Myriad Poison's Demon King. Standing above the city, they directly consumed the undead barrier-breaking pill. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them. With a stomach full of doubts, he flew to the top of the city walls like lightning. What's going on? When he saw the shocking scene outside the city, Qin Feiyang was immediately dumbfounded. How could there be so many undead? The strangest thing was, why were they all kneeling on the ground? It's Qin Feiyang! That's right, it's him! It's exactly the same as the portrait on the kill order. There was suddenly a commotion outside the city. Every undead had a trace of joy on their faces. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why were they all so excited to see him? You still don't know. They thought that we had imprisoned you, so they were all kneeling outside to plead for you. Ghost Demon King walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a hoarse voice, "Plead for me?" Qin Feiyang was startled, and said in surprise, "You mean they have been kneeling outside the city to plead for me? Otherwise, who do you think has such great charm?" Ghost Demon King shook his head. Even the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Great Demon Kings had never enjoyed such treatment. Although the undead of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure would kneel and kowtow when they saw them, it was not voluntary, but because of their fierce reputation, these undead had no choice but to kneel down respectfully. Willingly and willingly were two completely different concepts. Requesting monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 3808. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he cast his gaze outside the city again. He had mixed feelings. Although these spirits and skeletons were so concerned about him because of the undead bottleneck breaking elixir, to be honest, it was hard not to be touched by such a scene. This was because it was not just 1 or 2 spirits but tens of thousands of spirits. However, what did Snow Queen mean by what she said earlier? She wanted him to use his brain to think. Even if he could not leave the Chaos Royal City, he could still have a good harvest? He could still have a good harvest without leaving the Chaos Royal City. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He finally figured out the logic behind it. Undead bottleneck breaking elixir. What were these spirits doing outside the city? Wasn't it because of the undead bottleneck breaking elixir? Although he could not leave the Chaos Royal City, it did not affect him from refining the undead bottleneck breaking elixir, nor did it affect him from trading with these spirits. That was right. This was a trade. There was no free lunch in this world. It was the same for everyone. Qin Feiyang also admitted that he was not a philanthropist. If he wanted the undead bottleneck breaking elixir, he had to give something in exchange. Given the spirit's desire for the undead bottleneck breaking elixir, they would definitely not hesitate even if he asked them to use nomological miniature or nomological inheritance to exchange for it. Therefore, this was the business opportunity that people in the secular world talked about. Interesting. Qin Feiyang's lips curled into a smile. In the past. In his eyes, the undead bottleneck breaking elixir was not very valuable because only the spirits needed it. It was not even as valuable as a divine life elixir. However, he never expected that one day, this elixir that he had almost forgotten would actually bring him such great benefits. There was no need to say much. An undead bottleneck breaking elixir in exchange for a nomological miniature. When he finally left the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the number of nomological miniature he would obtain would definitely reach an unimaginable number. The most important thing was that he did not have to take risks. If he had to search for the nomological miniature himself, he would definitely face all kinds of dangers and might even lose his life. However, it was different now. He only had to sit here quietly and be responsible for refining the undead bottleneck breaking elixir. He did not have to take risks, and he could obtain countless nomological miniature. How good was this? In the sky, Snow Queen and the myriad poisons Demon King successfully passed the heavenly tribulation with the help of the Chaos Royal City. In fact, they didn't even need the help of the Chaos Royal City. They could easily deal with the heavenly tribulation with their own Dominator divine weapons. After successfully overcoming the tribulation, the two of them were enveloped by a golden light that purified the aura of death and reconstructed their bodies. When the undead outside the city saw this scene, their desire for the undead breakthrough pill grew even stronger. "Brother Qin, can you help us too? As long as you can give me a pill, I'm willing to do anything." The undead who had condensed their physical bodies opened their mouths one after another, and their voices were filled with pleading. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at the departed spirits outside. He smiled and said, "Get up first. There's no need to plead for me because I'm willing to stay in the Chaos Royal City." "Willing? Since you're willing, why did Snow White and Her Highness say that you can't leave the Primal Chaos Royal City?" Some of the undead were confused. "This is the agreement between me and Senior Divine King. Until the end of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure Trial, I cannot leave the Primal Chaos Royal City. So in the future, I can only stand on the city wall and talk to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. So that's how it is. You've really made us worried. The undead heaved a sigh of relief and got up. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, But I still have to thank you. But regarding the undead breakthrough pill, I'm unable to do it now. Why? Is it difficult to refine the undead breakthrough pill? Hearing this, the undead outside the city became noisy. Qin Feiyang said, It's not difficult to refine the pill, but the ingredients are hard to find because I can't leave the Chaos Royal City now. So it's about the ingredients. That's simple. Just tell us what ingredients you need and we'll find them ourselves. They thought it was a big deal, but it was just ingredients. Such a small problem was not worth mentioning to them. That's for the best. But I can't help you for free, right? How about this? A miniature of an ultimate law can be exchanged for one undead breakthrough pill. Of course, if you don't have a miniature of an ultimate law, a miniature of an ordinary law will do too. But you need 2 miniature of an ordinary law to exchange for one undead breakthrough pill. What do you think? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Originally, he didn't want to consider the miniature of a law, because the miniature of a law couldn't be compared to an inheritance. But thinking about it, the inheritance of a law could only be found by chance. If he only used the inheritance of a law to exchange, not many would be able to take it out. And? When the Ghost Demon King heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to glance at Qin Feiyang. He actually came here to do business? A miniature of an ultimate law in exchange for one undead breakthrough pill. 2 miniature of an ordinary law in exchange for one undead breakthrough pill. One must know. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure was either a divine artifact or an undead. If Qin Feiyang really started this business, how many miniature of a law would he obtain in the future? However, a miniature of an ultimate law in exchange for one undead breakthrough pill, this condition seemed a bit harsh. After all, the miniature of an ultimate law was not a cabbage. Not every undead had one. However, to the surprise of the Ghost Demon King, after hearing Qin Feiyang's condition, not a single undead objected. No problem. Now I can give you a miniature of an ultimate law. I can also give you 2 miniature of an ordinary law. The undead outside the city, especially the undead who had condensed flesh and blood, couldn't wait to exchange the miniature of a law in their hands for the undead breakthrough pill. Because in their opinion, the value of the undead breakthrough pill far exceeded the value of the miniature of a law. On the contrary, they felt that Qin Feiyang was taking care of them. Because in the current situation, Qin Feiyang could totally open his mouth and ask them for 10 miniature of a law, or even an inheritance of a law. They didn't dare to complain. Because only Qin Feiyang could refine the undead breakthrough pill. So now, not only did they not feel that Qin Feiyang's request was excessive, but they were also grateful to Qin Feiyang in their hearts. The effect is not bad. Qin Feiyang had a smile on his face and said, Don't worry, keep the miniature of a law and come to me when you find the Yang Thunder Fire. Of course, if there is an inheritance of a law, that would be best. You still want an inheritance? The Ghost Demon King was speechless. This appetite was really not small. If they could use the miniature of a law to exchange, who would be willing to take out a law inheritance? Qin Feiyang ignored the Ghost Demon King and looked at the undead outside the city and continued. If any of you really have a law inheritance, whether it is an ordinary law or an ultimate law, I am willing to buy it at a high price. A high price? It seems that at our level, besides the profound meaning of a law, we don't need anything else. The undead looked at each other. The Ghost Demon King couldn't help but whisper, Brother Qin, I need to remind you that a law inheritance can't be measured by value. If you really want a law inheritance, then you should have used the law inheritance to exchange for the undead breakthrough pill from the beginning. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I thought so at the beginning. However, a law inheritance can only be encountered and not sought. If you really use a law inheritance to exchange for the undead breakthrough pill, I'm afraid not many can take it out. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then what are you going to use to exchange for the law inheritance? Is there anything more valuable than the undead breakthrough pill? The Ghost Demon King was suspicious. Of course there is. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and looked at the undead outside the city again. Indeed, with your strength, besides the undead breakthrough pill, there is nothing else that can attract you. And for you to get rid of your undead body, each of you only needs one undead breakthrough pill, so even if there is a law inheritance, you will definitely not be willing to give it to me. But, speaking of this, Qin Feiyang changed the topic and asked, have you ever thought about what you are going to do after you get rid of the undead body? Is there still a need to think about it? Of course it is to cultivate well and work hard to become stronger. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in puzzlement. How could he ask such a simple question? The Ghost Demon King also had a puzzled look. At this time, Snow White Queen and the Myriad Poisons Demon King had already reconstructed their bodies. Their faces were glowing and their spirits were hale and hearty. The two of them also floated over and landed beside Qin Feiyang and the Ghost Demon King. Snow White Queen was also quite satisfied with Qin Feiyang's performance at this moment. It was just a casual reminder, she didn't expect this kid to understand it so quickly. Congratulations to the two seniors. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. Snow White Queen waved her hand and smiled. It's all thanks to you. Continue. I want to see how you are going to trick them into handing over the law inheritance. The Myriad Poisons Demon King also had a face full of ridicule. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and hurriedly clarified. I didn't neglect them. This junior really does have something more valuable than the undead barrier-breaking pill. The three Demon Kings looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal a trace of curiosity. Qin Feiyang sorted out his thoughts, turned his head to look at the undead outside the city, and said with a smile, You are right. After getting rid of the undead, cultivate well and work hard to become stronger. But there is one point that you have neglected. What? Everyone looked at him in puzzlement. After getting rid of the undead, you can have children and reproduce. I want to ask everyone present, after being an undead for so many years, now that you have finally been reborn as a human, don't you want to have children and grandchildren and enjoy the long-awaited joy of family? Qin Feiyang asked. That's right. After getting rid of the undead body and being reborn as a human, we can get married and have children, raise our descendants, and no longer be a lonely ghost. We can also have true love, family, children and grandchildren. All the undead woke up one after another. Snow White, Theta Wang, and the others were the same. For these undead, having children was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Since you want to have children, you naturally have to have cultivation conditions. For example, soul veins, crystal veins, all kinds of medicinal materials, pills, rare treasures, and so on. Without these things, how are your descendants going to cultivate? In the current environment of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasury, you can't even find a bit of essence energy, not even sunlight. I can tell you responsibly that even if you put in a lot of effort to cultivate them, they can't step on the path of cultivation. In such an environment, children can't grow up happily. Qin Feiyang said. That makes sense. Everyone nodded. Looking at it carefully, if they really wanted to have children in the future, there were too many things involved. The first thing was to improve the environment of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasury. Chapter 3809. To improve the environment, the soul vein and crystal vein are indispensable. But during my time in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I didn't find any soul vein or crystal vein. I even wonder if there are any here. Qin Feiyang frowned. No. This place used to be beautiful. But after the calamity, everything was destroyed. Some undead shook their heads and sighed. Then this is a big problem. Without the crystal vein and soul vein, no matter how hard you work, you can't change the environment here. Although I have a lot of crystal veins and soul veins, enough to change the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, I can't take them out now, so I can't help. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Then aren't you talking for nothing? Myriad Poisons Demon King frowned. No. Although I can't give you crystal veins and soul veins, I can give you a kind of pill. This kind of pill can open the door of potential. Even if the environment isn't good, as long as you work hard, it's not a problem to step into the path of cultivation. As long as you can step into the path of cultivation, you can extend your life. I believe none of you want to see that when you wake up from your seclusion, your children and grandchildren will be buried in the earth. Qin Feiyang smiled. Open the door of potential? As soon as these words came out, not only the undead outside the city, even the 3 demon kings couldn't help but be shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, grabbed his clothes with both hands, and pulled hard. The potential imprint on his chest immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is the potential imprint. Is it real or fake? The undead were surprised. It's real. Spectre Demon King nodded. Because both he and Snow Queen could see the potential imprint at a close distance. Getting the affirmation from Spectre Demon King, the undead outside the city were shocked. The door of potential could be opened with a pill? It was simply unheard of. This isn't just 1 or 2 levels, it's the door of potential, including the door of potential in the sovereign realm. And it's not just me, everyone around me has also opened all the doors of potential. So my condition is, 1 ordinary law inheritance in exchange for 1 potential pill, and 1 strongest law inheritance in exchange for 2 potential pills. Qin Feiyang put on his clothes and smiled at everyone. You're not lying to us? An undead spirit asked. What's there to trick? When you get the potential elixir, immediately start the verification. If you don't succeed, I'll return the potential pill on the spot. Qin Feiyang said. Are you sure? Ice Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. All right. Give me a potential pill first. Ice Queen said. Now? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This woman was too impatient. Of course. Strike while the iron is hot. If I don't test it myself, how are you going to continue doing business? Snow White Queen chuckled. Then this junior should thank you? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Yeah. Snow White Queen nodded and smiled. So you have to give this potential pill to me for free. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that this high and mighty demon king would actually take advantage of him. All right. Senior, please wait for a moment. I'll go get the potential pill right away. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he rushed toward the ancient castle like lightning. Why do I find it hard to believe? The myriad poisons demon king looked at Qin Feiyang's back view, his face filled with doubt. Whether it's true or not, won't we know later? But if it's true, then the value of this kid is far from being estimated. Snow White Queen muttered. Ancient castle. Senior brother, stop your seclusion. Come out and help. A big business is here. The moment Qin Feiyang returned to the ancient castle, he shouted in the hall. Big business? In a cultivation room on the 2nd floor, Man opened his eyes and suspiciously walked out. Seeing that there was no trace of Qin Feiyang in the hall, he jumped down and walked toward Qin Feiyang's cultivation room. After entering the cultivation room, Man saw Qin Feiyang grabbing a Qianquan bag as if he was looking for something. What? Why are you so excited? It's like you're injected with chicken blood. Man was suspicious. You don't know. This time, we're going to be rich. Qin Feiyang took out a potential pill from his Qianquan bag and looked at Man with a smile. What do you mean? Man was even more puzzled. Qin Feiyang quickly explained the situation in a simple and clear manner. This? Man's expression froze. When he came back to his senses, there was no doubt that Man was also injected with chicken blood and couldn't help but be excited. If this business was successful, then they would be able to earn a lot. You didn't expect it, right? The undead barrier-breaking pill that we ignored before can now be so valuable. Qin Feiyang laughed. It's not just the undead barrier-breaking pill. Even the potential pill, whether it was in the Great Qin or later in the ancient world, could only be exchanged for some treasures. But now, it can be exchanged for law inheritances. Its value has increased countless times. If things like spirit veins and crystal veins can be taken from the black tortoise world, then their value will be even greater. Man roared excitedly. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the Sky Bell Divine Treasury had a large number of sovereign weapons and law miniatures, it was severely lacking in the most basic things. For example, spirit veins and crystal veins. From a martial artist who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation to the imperishable realm below the sovereign realm, they needed the energy of spirit veins and crystal veins. In short, if the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury really wanted to have children and reproduce, then they had to start from scratch. Man pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, haven't you noticed that we're changing the layout of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? Layout? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Look, because of our arrival, these undead have a chance to get rid of their undead bodies and be reborn as humans. And because they want to get rid of their undead bodies, they want to have children and reproduce. At that time, the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, which originally didn't have a single living person, will gradually become a world full of vitality and life. In other words, we've changed the future of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Man said. Qin Feiyang was stunned when he heard this and said in astonishment, It seems to make sense. So, what are we after? It's not law miniatures, nor is it law inheritances. We're changing the future of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury and saving all the undead here. So, we have a long way to go. Man chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and the corner of his mouth kept twitching. He really admired this guy's eloquence. He was clearly after the law miniatures and law inheritances, but he had to find a dignified excuse to make himself sound like a great person. However, there was one thing that was right. If he really refined the undead barrier-breaking pill wantonly, the future of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury would really change because of him. It was just that the spirit vein and crystal vein were a problem. Although in the future, as the number of living people increased, the vitality of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury would slowly appear, but the spirit vein and crystal vein were the root of everything. Bluntly speaking, if there was a spirit vein and crystal vein, it wouldn't take long for this place to become full of vitality. Once the vitality reached a certain level, the death aura that permeated the Sky Bell Divine Treasury would slowly be purified. Finally, the dark clouds would disperse and the sun would rise. When the earth saw light again, the Sky Bell Divine Treasury would get rid of the current tragic atmosphere and cruel environment, allowing hope to reappear in this world. Let's go! Let's go! The new fate of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, a new chapter, from this moment on, officially begins. Man grinned and dragged Qin Feiyang outside. Wait! Qin Feiyang shook off Man and took out 2 potential pills, laughing. We can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Myriad Poison's Demon King and Ghost Demon King will also give them one. Their relationship will definitely be stronger in the future. You are still the most thoughtful. A potential pill can buy them over. This is simply a huge profit. Man chuckled. Following that, the two of them left the ancient castle and quickly rushed up the city wall. Ghost Demon King was speechless. You actually called Man to help. It seems like you guys really plan to make a fortune here. Look at what you're saying. Are we the kind of people who are greedy for small gains? We are doing this for the future of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. A great move. As the controller of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, you should support us and praise us. Man was displeased. When the 3 Demon Kings heard this, their faces twitched slightly. How could there be such a shameless person? Cough. I don't know him. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Keeping a distance from Man, he took out a potential pill and handed it to Snow Queen. This is the potential pill? Snow Queen's expression was a bit stunned. Qin Feiyang nodded. These potential pills were refined by Dan Wankai. When Dan Wankai was in the Black Tortoise world, he refined many pills, and for ordinary pills, Dan Wankai would keep them for himself. But for special pills like the potential pill, he would keep them by himself. Is it really possible? Although Snow Queen's strength was great, she couldn't help but feel nervous and hesitant. Won't you know once you try? But I will need the help of the Chaos Royal City's divine power. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right. Let's try. Snow Queen nodded, took the potential pill, threw it into her mouth, and then looked at the void. Chaos Royal City, please. Boom! A surge of divine power surged. Snow Queen suddenly felt a terrifying energy exploding in her body, attacking every nerve and cell in her body, as if her body was about to be torn apart. But with her strength, this bit of pain was still bearable. About 5 to 6 breaths later, a muffled sound rang out from within Snow White Queen's body. Under her dress, dazzling divine light instantly blossomed. As the potential gate opened, the pain also disappeared. Snow Queen turned around and opened her clothes. Looking down at her chest, her expression suddenly shook. There was indeed a potential imprint on her skin. After all, she was a woman, she couldn't open her clothes in front of Qin Feiyang and the other men. Myriad Poison's Demon King was a woman, so there was nothing to be afraid of. When she went up to take a look, she was also stunned. But Spirit Demon King tiptoed, wanting to take a closer look, but she didn't want to offend Snow Queen, so she had a conflicted and expectant look. Chapter 38:10. At the same time, the undead gathered outside the city were also looking at Snow Queen with anticipation. Look at your eyes, it's like I'm lying to you. The madman directly took off his clothes, exposing his upper body, and laughed. Open your eyes wide and look, is it exactly the same as Qin Feiyang's potential imprint? It can't be painted on, right? The Ghost Demon King walked up and reached out to wipe the imprint on the madman's chest. Hey. Just look, don't touch. Aren't you taking advantage of me? I'm not interested in men, especially an old man like you. The madman hurriedly slapped away the Ghost Demon King's hand and quickly took a few steps back, staring at the other party with a vigilant look. When the Ghost Demon King heard this, his face couldn't help but turn black. Little bastard, what nonsense are you talking about? With so many undead watching, you want to ruin my reputation? It's true. At this time, Snow Queen finally came back to her senses, tidied up the dress on her chest, turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in her heart, and looked at the Ghost Demon King. It's actually true. Pills can actually open the door of potential? It's obviously a fantasy story, but now it's in front of us. It's too shocking. How many pills does this person have that we don't know about? Before the Phantom Demon King could say anything, the undead outside the city were already in a mess, and there was a lot of noise. The Ghost Demon King came back to his senses, looked at the undead outside, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, took out another 2 potential pills, and handed one to the Myriad Poison Demon King and the other to the Ghost Demon King. Huh! The two looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Seniors, don't be nervous, it's free. Qin Feiyang grinned. Free? The two were stunned, and there was a trace of joy in their eyes. Looking at the eyes in front of them, they were quite impressed. He was indeed a sensible young man. Very good. The Phantom Demon King laughed hoarsely and said, How can I accept that? Yes. It's as if we like to take advantage of others. The Myriad Poison's Demon King nodded and chuckled. Although that was what they said, their hands were very honest as they accepted the potential pills without any hesitation. Hypocrite! Madman muttered. The Myriad Poison's Demon King and the Demon King's expressions stiffened. They glared fiercely at the madman and coldly snorted. We're in a good mood right now, so we won't argue with you. Hence, the two of them immediately consumed the potential elixir and asked the Chaos Royal City for help. Very soon, they had also successfully opened the first door of potential. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos, who was secretly watching, was also very shocked. Even for an existence like it, it had never heard of a pill that could help a living being unlock the door to their potential. It immediately relayed the news to the Divine King of Chaos, who was in seclusion. In the main hall, the Divine King of Primordial Chaos suddenly opened his eyes. He was also shocked and asked, "Really?" The weapon spirit of the Chaos Royal City said, "It's absolutely true. Snow Queen, Phantom Demon King, and the Myriad Poisons Demon King have all opened their first door of potential. The value that these little fellows have shown is truly astonishing time and time again. From now on, you must take good care of them. They really have the possibility of changing the future of our sky-belled divine treasure." The Divine King of Primordial Chaos said, "Understood." The Chaos Royal City responded and then asked hesitantly, "Are you not going to come out of seclusion and ask them for some potential pills?" Cough, cough. I am the dignified Divine King of Primordial Chaos. If I lower my head and ask them for the potential door, how can I establish my prestige in the sky-belled divine treasure in the future? The Divine King of Primordial Chaos coughed dryly. Then you still want it. You just can't put down your face. The Chaos Royal City laughed mockingly. You talk too much. Don't disturb me if there's nothing. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos said angrily with a dark face. It's not that I want to criticize you, but how much is face worth? Aren't you comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death now? If you can open all the potential doors, I guarantee that you will get twice the results with half the effort. The Chaos Royal City said. That's true. When the Divine King of Primordial Chaos heard this, his heart couldn't help but waver. The Chaos Royal City said, If you really can't put down your face, I will go and look for them. Forget it. I will go personally. That will show my sincerity. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos shook his head and then frowned. He said angrily, Why do I feel that we still have to curry favor with them now? There's no choice. The other party's value is right in front of us. The Chaos Royal City chuckled. Can you not gloat over my misfortune? The Divine King of Primordial Chaos said helplessly. The Chaos Royal City laughed. It's hard for me not to gloat over seeing the high and mighty Primordial Chaos Divine King of Primordial Chaos lowering his status to beg others. Scram! The Divine King of Primordial Chaos's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, the potential doors slowly opened with a rumble. And? Qin Feiyang's group of 5 on the city wall heard the commotion and turned to look at the door. Wasn't the Divine King of Primordial Chaos in seclusion? Very soon. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos appeared at the door. He looked up at Qin Feiyang and said hesitantly, Come here for a moment. She was actually a little nervous. This wasn't her personality. What is she doing? Man was suspicious. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and transmitted his voice. Maybe the Chaos Royal City told her about the potential pill. I will go and take a look. Behave yourself and don't continue to provoke the Spirit Demon King. Aren't you worrying for nothing? I am not stupid. I know my limits. Man rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. It's good that you know. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at the 3 demon kings and cupped his hands. Excuse me. Go ahead. The 3 of them smiled. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos had called Qin Feiyang over. Would they dare to stop him? Moreover, the 3 of them had a better attitude than before. Qin Feiyang rushed to the entrance of the hall like lightning and stood in front of the Divine King of Primordial Chaos. He cupped his hands and said, Greetings, Senior Divine King. No need to be so polite. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos waved his hand and smiled. How have you been these days? Did Feng Tian and the others make things difficult for you? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He called him over just to ask about this. Obviously not. Because if it was purely out of concern, there was no need for the Divine King of Primordial Chaos to come out personally. Not to mention the Divine King of Primordial Chaos who was in seclusion. It's fine. Feng Tian, Demon Theta Wang and the others didn't make things difficult for him. On the contrary, he was the one tormenting the 3 of them. That's good. The Divine King of Primordial Chaos nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine king of primordial chaos who wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but find it funny. He clearly wanted the potential pill, but he only asked some unimportant questions. However, the divine king of primordial chaos was so strong that he shouldn't need the potential pill. Wait! The law of life and death. That's right. The divine king of primordial chaos was comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, so she must be more eager than anyone to open the door of potential. Because after opening the door of potential, she would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With that thought, Qin Feiyang decided that since the divine king of primordial chaos was too embarrassed to ask, he would take the initiative. This way, he would be able to gain the favor of the divine king of primordial chaos. Senior, please wait for a moment, Qin Feiyang said hurriedly and turned to run toward the castle. The divine king of primordial chaos was stunned. This kid is smart. He must have seen through your thoughts and didn't want to embarrass you, so he took the initiative to get the pill. The voice of the royal city of primordial chaos sounded in his mind. Did I make it very obvious? The divine king of primordial chaos was stunned. Otherwise, how could Qin Feiyang see through her thoughts? What do you think? You're just short of writing the words "I want the potential pill" on your face. The royal city of primordial chaos teased. The divine king of primordial chaos expression froze. It was really embarrassing. Not long later, Qin Feiyang ran out with a jade box in his hand. Under the expectant gaze of the divine king of primordial chaos, Qin Feiyang opened the jade box and said with a smile, Senior, these are all the pills to open the door of potential. These pills were naturally refined by Dan Wankai. And there was quite a lot of them. All of them? The divine king of primordial chaos was shocked. This was far beyond her expectations. She thought that Qin Feiyang would at most give her 2 or 3 pills, but she didn't expect him to be so generous and give her all the pills at once. Wait. Suddenly, the divine king of primordial chaos realized an important point and said in surprise, You mean that every door of potential can be opened with pills? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, And there are no side effects. Amazing. Even the divine king of primordial chaos couldn't help but exclaim when she heard this. Then, she said with a smile, Then I won't stand on ceremony. Then, she took the jade box with a smile and looked carefully at the pills inside. She said in surprise, Why are some of the pills different? These pills are divided into several levels. In short, different realms require different pills. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and was about to explain in detail, but felt that it was too troublesome, so he said, It's quite complicated. Why don't you let me help you open the door of potential? Okay. Come in with me. The divine king of primordial chaos nodded and led Qin Feiyang into the main hall without hesitation. Boom! Soon, a series of loud noises could be heard from within. About an hour later, Qin Feiyang finally walked out of the main hall, and the smile on his face was even brighter. After helping the divine king of primordial chaos open the door of potential, she would definitely take care of him in the future. For example, the divine king of primordial chaos must have told her about his public transaction with the undead on the city wall. However, the divine king of primordial chaos didn't mention a word during the entire process. Obviously, she had tacitly agreed. Since the divine king of primordial chaos had tacitly agreed, he naturally didn't have to worry about anything and could go all out. Meanwhile, Snow White Theta Wang had been on the city wall the whole time, standing together with Man and looking at the main hall. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, the three of them couldn't help but be curious. After staying in the main hall for so long, could it be that he helped the divine king open all the doors of potential? The divine king asked me to tell you that in the future, you demon kings are not allowed to force Qin Feiyang and the others to do anything they don't want to do. It was also at this moment. The voice of the divine king of primordial chaos sounded in the minds of the three of them. Snow White Theta Wang's heart skipped a beat. The divine king was already unabashedly protecting Qin Feiyang and the others. It seemed that Qin Feiyang really helped the Divine King open all the doors of potential in the main hall. In other words, now, even the status of these demon kings was inferior to Qin Feiyang. Chapter 38:11. I'm sorry to have kept the three seniors waiting. Qin Feiyang flew over and landed beside Man. He looked at the three demon kings and smiled apologetically. However, he was puzzled. He had already helped them open a door of potential for free, so why were they still staying here? Could it be that they wanted him to open all the doors of potential? It's fine. The three of them waved their hands. The Divine King of Primal Chaos had already told them. What else could they do? What else could they do? Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead outside the city, saying loudly, Everyone has seen it, right? I didn't lie to you. As long as you find a law inheritance, you can come and trade with me at any time. Snow White, Theta Wang, and the others had personally tested it. Of course, they wouldn't doubt it. Of course. The potential pill is a matter for later. The most important thing now is to get rid of the undead body. So, everyone, don't waste time here. Quickly go and find the herbs. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What herbs do you need? An undead spirit asked. Qin Feiyang said without blushing. There are many herbs for the undead barrier-breaking pill. There are hundreds of them, and each of them is extremely precious. What? You need so many? Everyone was stunned. The three demon kings also had a look of shock. Man looked at Qin Feiyang, puzzled. Didn't the undead barrier-breaking pill only need 3 kinds of herbs? Senior brother, you don't understand. The more complicated and difficult I make it, the more they will feel that it is worth it to exchange a law miniature for it. They will even think that they have gained a huge advantage. Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. Cunning. Man looked down on him. This is called a psychological attack. Not only do we have to get enough benefits, but we also have to earn a good reputation so that they will feel grateful to us. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Look at what you are saying. We are good people to begin with. Man was dissatisfied. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched as he said helplessly, You are even more shameless than me. Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation. Man's face darkened. You still have a reputation to ruin? Qin Feiyang was amused. The word shameless was perfect for Man. Immediately after, he looked at the departed spirits outside the city and said with a smile, Although the departed spirit barrier-breaking pill requires a lot of herbs, I'm a righteous person. There are many herbs that the Sky Bell Divine Treasury doesn't have. If I ask you to find them, it will be difficult for you. Therefore, I've decided that I will provide the other herbs for free. You only need to find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit. Righteous? Free? Man rolled his eyes. Who was the shameless one here? He was obviously trying to dupe her, yet he made it sound so dignified and righteous. Why aren't you blushing? Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't expect the ingredients for the undead spirit barrier-breaking pill to be so difficult to find. Brother Qin is truly a good person, to actually provide it to us for free. Brother Qin, don't worry, we will definitely remember this favor forever. As expected, the undead who did not know the truth shed tears of gratitude. I'm fine. We're all friends. Quickly go and look for it. After you find it, come to the Chaos Royal City to find me. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. All right. Everyone, quickly disperse. Don't make a fuss here and disturb Brother Qin's meditation. Those undead who had condensed their physical bodies roared one after another. At that moment, the undead outside the city dispersed and quickly left in groups. This news spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and very soon, it spread out. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure immediately became a craze to search for the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit. Brother Qin, are there really so many ingredients needed for the undead spirit barrier-breaking pill? Spirit Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. How can this be fake? If there aren't many ingredients, how can there be such a heaven-defying ability? Qin Feiyang was helpless. That's true. Spirit Demon King nodded and frowned. But there are so many undead in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Do you have so many ingredients? This junior doesn't have much, but I have a lot of ingredients. After all, this junior is an alchemist. Qin Feiyang smiled. All right, I was worried for nothing. Spirit Demon King smiled bitterly. No. Senior is also concerned about this junior. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and turned to look at Frenzy. Senior brother, ask the old ancestor to come over and help us set up a time array here. Set up a time array here? Frenzy was stunned. The three demon kings also looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Yes. We can cultivate here while trading with those undead here. We won't delay anything. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then we might as well move the ancient castle here. At that time, it will be more convenient for you to refine pills. Frenzy was speechless. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he scanned the city wall. The city wall was hundreds of feet high and dozens of meters wide. For example, the place under their feet was more than 40 meters wide. If the ancient castle shrunk a little, it wouldn't be a problem to stay here. Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. He was just joking. Did they actually take it seriously? Actually, I can help you with the time array. Snow Queen smiled. You? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked up at Snow Queen. What? Are you looking down on me? Could it be that I, someone who grasps the ultimate meaning of the law of time, can't compare to the supreme meaning of the blood ancestor? Snow Queen looked at the two with a mocking smile. Ultimate meaning? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy's eyes trembled. Myriad Poison's Demon King laughed hoarsely. This time, the two of you are indeed a little blind. Yes. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy nodded repeatedly. They were indeed careless this time. The Divine King of Primal Chaos and the other Demon Kings all grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of time. Then, there must be one or two who grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of time. The time array set up by someone who grasped the ultimate meaning would definitely be stronger than the blood ancestors. Qin Feiyang asked. Then what level of time array can you set up? 5,000 years in a day. Snow Queen smiled faintly. Hearing this number, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. They wanted nothing more than to run up and kiss this woman. This was simply a timely reign. Qin Feiyang secretly said, Senior brother, this is a rare opportunity. Hurry up and call the castle over. Okay. Frenzy immediately flew toward the castle. Snow Queen said with a smile. However, I can't give you my time array for free. Ah? Qin Feiyang looked at Snow Queen. Looking at this woman's eyes, he instantly understood. She wanted other pills to open the door of potential. Although you helped me open a door of potential for free, compared to a 5,000 years in a day time array, that's much more valuable. I believe I don't need to say it. You should understand. Snow White Queen chuckled. Understood. This is a small matter. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then, he cautiously asked, However, seniors, is it possible for me to add something to it? Including us? Ghost Demon King and Myriad Poison's Demon King were stunned and immediately became excited. This was indeed a sensible young man. Who wouldn't like such a young man? No wonder the Divine King took care of him so much. Snow Queen smiled and said, No need to be so reserved. There's no harm. Qin Feiyang said, You have followed the Divine King on expeditions, so you must have a lot of souls of the dead. The three of them suddenly understood. This was helping the blood ancestor and Li Feng ask for souls of the dead. We do have a lot. However, the Divine King has more souls of the dead than us. Why don't you ask him directly? Snow Queen was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, To be honest, seniors, the Divine King has already given us souls of the dead. Already? The three of them were stunned. At that time, they were all looking for the extreme young Thunder Fire. The Divine King and the Chaos Royal City didn't tell them, so they didn't know. Yes, all of them. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is this the good fortune that the Divine King promised to give you? Myriad Poison's Demon King was suspicious. Senior God King gave this departed spirit to Li Feng. As for the rest of us, each of us received an inheritance of an ultimate law, said Li Feng. Qin Feiyang smiled. What? The 3 demon kings couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Each of them received an inheritance? His Excellency the Divine King is too generous. One had to know. They, the demon kings, had never received such treatment. Because if they wanted an inheritance, they had to find it themselves. The Divine King never gave it to them. Of course. If seniors are willing to give us a few inheritances, we will be even happier. Qin Feiyang smiled. Greedy little brat. Snow Queen rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang and shook her head. We are not as rich as the Divine King. We have to find our own inheritances. Otherwise, the Queen of Flames wouldn't have died in your hands. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and smiled. All right, the souls of the dead are fine too. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. With a wave of their hands, 3 1-meter-wide enchantments appeared. They were all filled with the souls of the dead, and their consciousness had been erased. It was the energy of the inheritance. As expected, it wasn't as much as what the Divine King gave them. However, for the Blood Ancestor and Li Feng, the more the better. And now, with these souls of the dead, even if the souls of the dead that the Divine King gave them couldn't help the Blood Ancestor and Li Feng break through, they could make up for the gap. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and accepted the souls of the dead without hesitation. Whoosh! At this time, the castle and the man flew over. Snow Queen waved her hand and a wave of time energy surged out. A time array appeared and merged with the city wall beneath her feet. The ancient castle rapidly shrank, and with a rumble, it landed on the time array. Qin Feiyang and the man looked at each other, the joy on their faces unconcealable. With this 5,000-year time array, not only would they be able to quickly grasp the inheritance, they might even be able to comprehend an ultimate profound inheritance. Because there were still more than 900 years before they left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. Taking 900 years as a round number, 900 years would be more than 320,000 days. One day would be 5,000 years, which would be more than 6 billion years. With their comprehension ability, they should be able to comprehend an ultimate profound in more than 6 billion years. After all, they had all opened the door of potential. Chapter 38:12. Snow White Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. It's time for you guys to express your gratitude. Seniors, please wait for a moment. Qin Feiyang smiled and followed Man into the castle, entering a cultivation room on the 2nd floor. Li Feng and Blood Ancestor were both in this cultivation room. The 2 of them were crazily devouring the souls of the dead that the Divine King of Primal Chaos had given them. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Man enter, Blood Ancestor and Li Feng couldn't help but have a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Guess what we brought you? Man bared his teeth. What? Blood Ancestor was puzzled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the souls of the dead that Snow White and Theta Wang had given them appeared. Where did this come from? The 2 of them were shocked. We exchanged this with Snow White Queen, Myriad Poison's Demon King, and Spectre Demon King using potential pills. How about it? Don't you have to thank us properly? Man chuckled. Exchanged with potential pills? Just a few potential pills can be exchanged for so many souls of the dead? Blood Ancestor was stunned. Just a few potential pills? Qin Feiyang and Man were speechless. So in the eyes of Blood Ancestor, potential pills were so worthless? Man said. Not only potential pills, but also other pills that can open the door of potential. That's still a profit. However, is this okay? They are our future enemies. Blood Ancestor frowned. No. In the future, our relationship with them will only get better and better. Qin Feiyang chuckled. What do you mean? Blood Ancestor was surprised. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. So that's how it is. Blood Ancestor suddenly understood, and then became excited. Then the Divine King of Primal Chaos left us in the Primal Chaos Royal City. Isn't that helping us instead? Qin Feiyang nodded. Li Feng smiled and said, Qin Dage, Brother Feng, you guys can do it. In the future, we will ask you for all the laws we need. No problem. Man laughed. It's hard to imagine how many laws we can obtain in the end. If the Feather Emperor knew about this, he would definitely be proud of you. If the human Emperor's spirit is in heaven, he would also be proud of you. The Blood Ancestor sighed as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Human Emperor. Qin Feiyang muttered. Regarding this progenitor of the Qin clan, he was filled with curiosity and admiration. Unfortunately, he would not have the chance to see him. Let's not talk. Although the law miniatures are important, you can't neglect your cultivation. If possible, let Li Zhongxing and the others help. Ancestor to the ancestor. Understood. Feiyang nodded to do so. The man suddenly slapped his head, then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Snow White Queen helped us set up a time of 5,000 years in a day. Then what about the time the ancestors set up in the ancient castle? This. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Ancestor. He had not mastered the law of time, so he had no right to speak at all. It's impossible for time arrays to overlap. If we can overlap them, then we can set up a few more time arrays. If we stack them together, then it won't just be a day or 1,000 years. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. I see. Man nodded. All right, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. Then, he turned and walked out of the cultivation room with Man. After Li Feng watched the two of them leave, he turned to the Blood Ancestor and said with a smile, Master, these souls should be more than enough, right? Yes. The Blood Ancestor nodded. He looked at Li Feng seriously and said, No matter what happens in the future, you must not disappoint Qin Feiyang. After all, he treats you like family. I know. Li Feng nodded. In the hall, the madman followed Qin Feiyang to the cultivation room and said with a smile, Now, it's not just us. The others won't have to worry about their laws either. Yeah. Qin Feiyang nodded. There were too many people around them. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan and the others. 6,000 dark guards. Xia Yuan and the other generals. Everyone needed the law miniatures. Originally, he was still thinking about how to distribute the law miniatures. After all, before coming to the Chaos Imperial City, they had only found a few law miniatures. But he didn't expect that. When he came to the Chaos Imperial City, he found such a huge business opportunity. Of course, he had to thank Snow Queen. If not for her reminder, Qin Feiyang might not have been able to make this decision. He also had to thank the Divine King of Chaos. Because if the Divine King of Chaos didn't allow it, then no matter how many undead barrier-breaking pills he had, he wouldn't be able to use them at all. So, giving them pills to open the door of potential, one word, worth it. As for Demon King Feng Tian and the others, they could forget about it. Not long later, Qin Feiyang and the madman walked out of the castle and handed 3 jade boxes to Snow Queen Theta Wang and the others. The 3 of them received the jade boxes in surprise. Qin Feiyang didn't explain and told the 3 of them to go to the Chaos Imperial City for help. Because when they helped the Divine King of Chaos open the door of potential, the Chaos Imperial City was there to help, so the Chaos Imperial City knew about it. After the 3 of them left, Qin Feiyang and the madman stood side by side by the city wall, scanning the mountains and rivers outside, full of anticipation for the future. A few days later, a woman in a black dress tore through the air like lightning and entered the Chaos Imperial City. When she saw the castle on the city wall, she was stunned. The woman was very young, in her 20s. She had an exquisite figure and peerless looks, comparable to Snow Queen. But her temperament was completely different. Snow Queen was kind and approachable. and this woman exuded a kind of coldness, as if she was 1,000 miles away. Whoosh! The woman in the black dress landed in front of the castle. Seeing the castle door open, she hesitated whether to go in and take a look. But in the end, she didn't do so and said, "Qin Feiyang, come out for a while." Soon, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Qin Feiyang walked out of the castle. When he saw the woman, he hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Lord Demon King." He had seen this woman in the Divine King's main hall, but he didn't know how to address her. The woman took out the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. Understood. Qin Feiyang took the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire and turned to enter the castle. The woman suddenly asked, "Have you been to the Black Mountain Canyon?" "Huh!" Qin Feiyang turned to look at the woman and asked suspiciously, "How do you know?" "An undead told me," the woman said. "So it's like that." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. When they went to the Black Mountain Canyon, they didn't hide it, so it was inevitable that they would be seen by the undead. However, why would this woman suddenly mention the Black Mountain Canyon? "Wait a minute!" Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the woman in shock and asked, "Could it be that you are the Dark Demon King that was born in the Black Mountain Canyon?" "Quite smart." The woman's face revealed a trace of admiration. Qin Feiyang was surprised. "What's wrong?" The woman was puzzled. "This junior thought that the Dark Demon King was a man, but I didn't expect it to be a woman, and such a beautiful one at that." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Beautiful?" The Dark Demon King was stunned for a moment. A trace of red appeared on her iceberg-like face, making her look especially charming. But soon, she concealed it and said indifferently, "Go and refine pills." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the cultivation room with the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. He did not make things difficult for the Dark Demon King. Although the Dark Demon King was a bit cold, this was because of his personality. Moreover, from the moment they met until now, the Dark Demon King had not targeted him. Therefore, he definitely could not take the initiative to cause trouble. After refining the pill, Qin Feiyang gave it to the Dark Demon King. "Thank you." The Dark Demon King took the pill, nodded and smiled, then directly swallowed the undead barrier-breaking pill and began to transcend the tribulation. "What a cold and elegant woman!" The man walked out and looked at the Dark Demon King as he whispered, "You like me?" Qin Feiyang smiled in ridicule. "What kind of joke is this? This daddy is a man who is taken." The man snorted coldly. "You still want me? I think you are just a blade of grass. Only Zhou Xiaoxian would like you." Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain. "You aren't any better?" The man sneered and retracted his gaze. He turned his head to look outside the city and frowned. "It has been so long, why hasn't a single undead come to find us?" "You are too impatient." Qin Feiyang was speechless. It had only been a few days, was it long? The Sky Bell Divine Treasure could not be teleported and could only fly. And the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire was not everywhere, so it naturally took a lot of time to find it. Take the Dark Demon King for example. She had been out for almost half a month before she found the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire. Even the Dark Demon King needed such a long time, let alone other undead. Unless one's luck was really heaven-defying, they would encounter it the moment they went out. I am indeed a little impatient. The man bared his teeth. When he thought of the scene of the law miniatures entering his bag, he couldn't help but feel excited. Brother Qin. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. Qin Feiyang and the man were stunned. They looked up and saw a black-robed man standing in the air not far away from the city, waving at them. Undead. Qin Feiyang and the man looked at each other. Was business here? The man came back to his senses and hurriedly waved at the man. Come over. Go over? The black-robed man was slightly stunned when he heard this. He scanned the Chaos Royal City with a nervous expression. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't enter the city, the Chaos Royal City will not harm you. The man hurriedly comforted him. The black-clothed man flew over doubtfully. He stood outside the city wall and faced Qin Feiyang. There was only half a meter between them. It was equivalent to standing at the edge of the city wall. Seeing that the Chaos Royal City really ignored him, the black-robed man let out a sigh of relief and took out the Supreme Yang Thunder Fire, Death God Fruit, and Yin Yang Wood. You found them so quickly? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The black-robed man scratched his head and smiled innocently. I already have these things, I just went back to get them. I see. The madman nodded and asked, Did you bring the law miniatures? I brought them too. The black-robed man nodded, but his expression was a little hesitant. The madman looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly he slapped his head and smiled. I understand. Old Qin, hurry up and refine them. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He took the herbs and entered the castle. Look at how happy the madman was. If it was something else, he definitely wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Chapter 38:13. Boom! At this moment, the Dark Devil King's heavenly tribulation had arrived as well. The black-robed man raised his head and asked in shock, Is the Dark Devil King also undergoing his tribulation because he took the undead barrier-breaking pill? Yes. Madman nodded. This tribulation is too strong, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. Of course. Without the help of 6 or 7 sovereign weapons, don't even think about passing the tribulation, Madman said. What? You need so many sovereign weapons? The black-robed man was shocked. Yes. What else do you think? Madman nodded. Then how am I going to pass the tribulation later? I don't even have a single sovereign weapon. The black-robed man's face was pale. If he couldn't pass the tribulation, what was the point of obtaining the undead barrier-breaking pill? No sovereign weapons? Then I'm afraid you have no hope. Madman shook his head. Wait. Wasn't this another business opportunity? And this business opportunity was to help these undead pass their tribulation. Even if these undead had a sovereign weapon, they would only have one at most. A single sovereign weapon was useless against him. Thus, they would definitely need help during their tribulation. Thinking of this, Madman looked at the black-robed man and smiled. Actually, we have another service. What service? The black-robed man looked at Madman in confusion. A service to help pass the tribulation. Madman chuckled. There's such a service? The black-robed man was surprised. Of course. This is a one-stop service. I guarantee that you will be satisfied. However, if you want to enjoy this service, you must have... Madman rubbed his fingers, his eyes filled with a sinister smile. He looked like a profiteer. Understood. Remuneration. The black-robed man nodded. Sensible. Madman laughed. Then, help pass the tribulation? How much does it cost? The black-robed man asked. You see, the undead barrier-breaking pill requires over 100 types of medicinal ingredients, and in order to take care of you all, we've already paid for the other medicinal ingredients. To put it bluntly, this is a business that's losing money. Madman sighed. Understood. Thank you for taking care of us. The black-robed man nodded and thanked him repeatedly. To be able to get a word of thanks from you, our efforts are worth it. As for the tribulation, we're doing this on the basis of conscience. Just like how we helped you refine the undead barrier-breaking pill, we'll use 2 ordinary laws of nature or 1 ultimate law of nature to help you transcend the tribulation. That's not too much, right? Madman smiled. Not at all. The man in black hurriedly waved his hand. As long as he could successfully transcend the tribulation, not to mention 1 or 2 nomological manifestations, he would even be willing to condense 4 or 5 nomological manifestations. Then, did you bring so many law miniatures? If you don't have it, it's okay. We can record it first. You can send it to us when the time comes. Madman said with a smile. Since you've already taken such good care of us, how can I have the nerve to owe you a debt? I'll give you all the money later. The black-clothed man laughed. Good. I like doing business with honest people like you the most, cough, cough. You're wrong. It's not business. It's making friends. Making friends with honest people like you. Man coughed dryly and smiled. Qin Feiyang walked out with the pills. Seeing Man and the black-clothed man talking and laughing, he smiled and said, "You guys are chatting so happily?" Man laughed and walked to Qin Feiyang's side, whispering, "Since we're doing business with others, we naturally have to be polite. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I've found another business opportunity and have already discussed it with him." "What business opportunity?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Helping him transcend the tribulation." Man secretly told him his thoughts. "Good idea." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up as he transmitted his voice. "Senior brother, not bad. Even I didn't think of this," Man said proudly. "Of course. Back in the ancient world, the pavilion master of the North Region Treasure Pavilion came to find me several times and wanted to take me in as a disciple. It was because I was born with a talent for business." When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't continue listening. He thought Man was going to say something, but it turned out that he was bragging again. He directly ignored him and handed the undead barrier-breaking pill to the black-clothed man. "This is the undead barrier-breaking pill." The black-clothed man grabbed the pill and looked down with excitement in his eyes. "Do you need help transcending the tribulation?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile, instantly turning into a profiteer. Yes. The black-clothed man nodded. "Okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Universal Cauldron, Void Mirror, Edgeless Heavy Sword, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, Heavenly Star Divine Sword, Ice Phoenix Divine Sword, White Dragon Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, and Black Dragon Mirror appeared. Qin Feiyang secretly smiled and said, "You all know the situation. I'll leave the rest to you. Let's work together to earn a lot. It's a pity that you're not a profiteer." Ice Phoenix Divine Sword looked down on him. "Cough, cough." Qin Feiyang coughed awkwardly. "Don't be so direct. So many sovereign divine weapons? They really live up to their reputation." When the black-clothed man saw the 10 sovereign divine weapons, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. "Hurry up!" Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man and smiled. Okay. The black-clothed man nodded and hurriedly consumed the undead barrier-breaking pill. "Help him transcend the tribulation above the city wall. Don't leave the city." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Although the sovereign divine weapons didn't make a blood oath and it was fine even if they left the city, they couldn't leave behind any evidence for Demon King Feng Tian and the others. "We don't need a profiteer like you to remind us," Ice Phoenix Sword said indifferently. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. She really put the word profiteer on him? Boom! The tribulation cloud appeared. The heavenly tribulation also descended. Even though the black-clothed man was transcending the tribulation, he didn't step on the city wall. Because in the eyes of the undead, the Chaos Royal City was a forbidden area. Without the permission of the Chaos Divine King or the Chaos Royal City itself, no one dared to enter, not even stepping on the city wall. However, this didn't stop the 10 sovereign divine weapons from helping him transcend the tribulation. This was because the Ice Phoenix Sword was one of the 10 sovereigns' divine weapons. All they needed to do was release their divine might. On the other side, the Darkness Demon King, who was transcending the tribulation, looked at this scene and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He really opened the door and started doing business here. This matter had long been spread in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. So when she was looking for the extreme young Thunder Fire, she had already heard of this matter. At first, she didn't dare to believe it. How could the Divine King allow such a farce to happen? But she didn't expect that the two of them would really take action now. The key was, the Divine King of Chaos actually didn't come out to stop them. Let's not talk about the Divine King first. He might not know about this matter in seclusion, but it would be hard for the Chaos Royal City not to know. After all, the black-clothed man was transcending the tribulation right next to them. But the Chaos Royal City didn't say anything. What was going on? Focus on transcending the tribulation, don't worry about them. Suddenly, the voice of the Chaos Royal City sounded in her mind. All right. The Darkness Demon King replied. Seeing that the Chaos Royal City had no intention of explaining, he tactfully didn't ask further. In comparison, the Darkness Demon King's tribulation was much easier. After all, he had the help of the Chaos Royal City. Soon, the Darkness Demon King's heavenly tribulation ended. When his body was reconstructed, the joy on his face couldn't be concealed. She didn't leave. Instead, she stood silently in the sky and looked down at Qin Feiyang and the others. Not long later, the black-clothed man also successfully transcended the tribulation with the help of the Ice Phoenix sword and the 10 sovereign divine weapons. His entire being was also extremely excited. He was so excited that he cried. Man comforted him. All right, I understand your feelings. From this moment on, everything in the past is over. A brand new life is waiting for you. Good luck. Look at how tiring it was to do business. Not only did he have to provide good service, he also had to comfort the other party. Thank you. Thank you so much. The black-clothed man wiped his tears and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Man, bowing deeply a few times. No need. We're just taking what we need, no. What I mean is, to be able to see you get rid of your undead body, we are also very gratified. Man laughed. The black-clothed man shook his head and smiled. He took out 3 iron boxes from his universe ring and handed them to the 2 of them. Man's eyes immediately emitted a green light. 3 boxes. Then there must be a miniature of the strongest law inside. Then we won't be polite. Man chuckled and took the box. When he opened it, he was stunned. Inside the 3 boxes, there were actually miniature versions of the strongest laws. They were the Death Law, the Space-Time Law, and the Devour Law. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 miniature versions with a stunned expression. Then, he looked at the black-clothed man and asked, Did you take the wrong one? To refine pills and help to pass the tribulation, he only needed 2 miniature versions of the strongest laws. I didn't take the wrong one. These 3 miniature versions of the strongest laws are all for you. To me, even 30 miniature versions of the strongest laws aren't as important as getting rid of my undead body and being reborn as a human. I just hope you don't mind. The black-clothed man said. I don't mind. Man hurriedly waved his hand. How could he mind such a good thing? He couldn't wait to get a few more. Okay. Finally, I want to say thank you to you. I won't disturb you anymore. The black-clothed man bowed to the 2 of them again. Okay, take care. If you have any friends around you, feel free to ask them to find us. Seeing that you're so honest, we can give them a 20% discount. Man waved his hand and chuckled. 20% discount? The black-clothed man was stunned and couldn't help but smile helplessly. He cupped his hands and said, Goodbye. See you again if fate wills it. Qin Feiyang and Man also cupped their hands and smiled. The black-clothed man turned around and looked down at himself. The joy in his heart couldn't be suppressed at all. In the end, he couldn't help but roar. I'm finally no longer a lonely ghost. Then, he rushed into the mountain in front of him like lightning and disappeared. Qin Feiyang and Man watched the black-clothed man leave. For a moment, they couldn't help but feel emotional. There were many people in the world who complained all day long that they didn't live well. But compared to these undead, they weren't even 1 in 10,000. Because no one could understand the pain and loneliness of being an undead. That was really like a lonely ghost. There was no light, no hope, no ties, and no warmth of family. It's worth it. Man nodded. Nonsense. 3 epitomes of the strongest laws, how can it not be worth it? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Don't be so vulgar, okay? Can this thing be measured by value? Besides, he gave it to me willingly. I didn't have to take it. It's a free thing, it's a waste not to take it. Man bared his teeth and looked at the 3 epitomes in his hand. He was full of anticipation for the future. You still have the face to say that I'm vulgar? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Was this going to spread the word shameless? Chapter 38:14. This is the epitome of earning 3 supreme laws? The Darkness Devil King looked at this scene with an astonished expression. This was too easy to earn. Although the epitome's value couldn't be compared to an inheritance, one had to know that an inheritance could only be encountered by chance. Being able to encounter an ordinary law inheritance was already a heaven-defying fortune. So, the epitome of a law became the goal of many people. The epitome of a law was the key to opening the ultimate door. Although it wasn't as convenient as an inheritance, as long as one was willing to work hard, one would be able to comprehend the ultimate meaning sooner or later. Especially the epitome of a supreme law, it was the most sought after. Even the Darkness Devil Kings weren't willing to give the epitome of a supreme law to others. In short, the value of the epitome of a supreme law was second only to the inheritance of the ultimate meaning. The Sky Bell Divine Treasure was like this, let alone the outside world. Although the Darkness Devil King hadn't been to the Sky Cloud Realm and didn't know the situation there, it wasn't difficult to judge from the desire of Qin Feiyang and others for the epitome of a law that the Sky Cloud Realm must be a relatively backward civilization. Not to mention the epitome of a supreme law, even the epitome of an ordinary law might cause a bloody storm in the Sky Cloud Realm. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang relied on the undead barrier-breaking pill, plus helping the undead to cross the tribulation, to earn the epitome of 3 supreme laws. Wasn't this transaction too worth it? The key was these two. They were still pretending to be obedient. They both put on a righteous and helpful attitude. It looked like they really needed to be taught a lesson. But taking a step back, for Qin Feiyang and Darkness Devil King, refining the undead barrier-breaking pill and helping the undead to cross the tribulation was indeed a trivial matter. But for the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, this was almost a grace of rebirth. Therefore, to be able to get rid of the undead body with a few epitomes of a law was definitely a cost-effective thing in the eyes of the undead. What are you looking at? A voice sounded in the Darkness Devil King's ear. The Darkness Devil King was slightly taken aback and turned his head to look to the side. Unknowingly, Snow Queen had already come to his side. Snow Queen was as pure as ice and as pure as jade, wearing a snow-white dress that was spotless. She was like a fairy from a painting, peerless in style. The Darkness Demon King frowned and said, I was just wondering why the Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City didn't care about them trading with the undead so brazenly. It's not that they don't care, but that they've already acquiesced. Snow White Queen shook her head. What? Acquiesce? How is this possible? The Darkness Devil King was bewildered. How could the Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City allow such a ridiculous thing to happen? Some time ago, wasn't the main reason why the Divine King issued a kill order to Qin Feiyang and the others because Qin Feiyang and the others were plundering the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury? But now, Qin Feiyang and the others were right under the Divine King's nose. Why didn't he do anything? You don't know. The value of these little fellows is beyond imagination. There's one more thing that you know, right? Lord Divine King gave each of them an inheritance of a supreme law. Snow White Queen smiled bitterly. Whenever she thought of this matter, she would feel uncomfortable. The 10 Demon Kings had accompanied the Divine King for many years, but they had never received such treatment. It was even worse than those who had entered the Primal Chaos Royal City. What? Darkness Demon King was shocked once more. Her exquisite face was filled with disbelief. Snow White Queen looked at Qin Feiyang and Man standing in front of the castle and sighed. I only hope that Demon King Feng Tian and the others will be tactful and not provoke these two. Darkness Demon King frowned. Do you think that the Divine King will heavily punish Feng Tian and the others for the 2 of them? It's not that I think, it's that he definitely will. Snow White Queen shook her head and whispered into Darkness Demon King's ear. This, Darkness Demon King's expression turned sluggish. There was such a pill in the world. Man noticed Darkness Demon King and Snow White Queen and frowned. What are the two of them whispering about? Who knows? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Right now, he didn't care about this. He looked at the mountain outside the city. When would the second customer arrive? Would there be any surprises for them? Just as the two of them turned around and were about to enter the castle, Brother Qin! Accompanied by a loud shout, 3 figures shot through the air like lightning. Qin Feiyang and Man were startled. They immediately turned around and saw 3 middle-aged men. They quickly arrived outside the city and stood in the air 100 miles away. Their faces were filled with anticipation. Quick, quick, quick! The second customer is here! Man was extremely excited. He waved at the 3 of them. Come closer, don't stand so far away. Can we? The 3 of them were startled. They couldn't help but look up at Snow White Queen and Darkness Demon King. Yes. As long as we don't enter the Primal Chaos Royal City, it's fine. Man smiled brightly. The 3 of them gathered their courage and flew toward the city walls. Seeing that Snow White Queen and Man really didn't ask anything, they flew in front of the city walls. These are the herbs we prepared. The 3 of them took out the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death God Fruit. Man looked at Qin Feiyang and urged, Old Qin, hurry up! Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He took the 3 sets of herbs and entered the castle. Now, he began to regret it. Regret what? Regret that he didn't bring Dan Wankai in. If he brought Dan Wankai here, would he still need him to return to his old business? No. I have to find an alchemist for help. I wonder if Li Zhongxing, Old Poison, or Qiao Shui know how to refine pills. He didn't need too many, just 1 would do. While Qin Feiyang was refining pills, Man also began to promote the service of tribulation transcendence. When the 3 of them heard about the terror of the heavenly tribulation, their faces sank like the black-clothed man. But when they heard that there was a service for tribulation transcendence, the 3 of them nodded without hesitation. Half an hour passed. The 3 of them consumed the undead spirit barrier-breaking pill, and with the help of the Ice Phoenix sword and the 10 sovereign divine weapons, they all successfully transcended the tribulation. The 3 of them didn't say anything and paid Man the corresponding remuneration. There was a small interlude. One of them didn't prepare so many law miniatures and had to borrow them from his 2 companions. As for the miniatures that the 3 of them gave, they were the miniatures of the 3 strongest laws and 6 ordinary laws. Man looked at the 9 miniatures and smiled widely. 3 brothers, I will have to trouble you to help me advertise that we provide tribulation transcendence services here. As long as there are enough law miniatures, we can satisfy all your requests. Of course. The 3 of them nodded. This service was really considerate. After sending the 3 of them off, Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other and smiled. The opening was quite smooth. How long has it been? He actually earned 6 Supreme Law miniatures and 6 Ordinary Law miniatures. Even I can't help but feel envious. Snow Queen shook her head. Why don't we go and help? And take some revenge? Darkness Devil King said. Snow Queen was stunned. She shook her head. Then forget it. To think that she, a Devil King, would run over to help these 2 brats. She couldn't afford to lose face. Qin Feiyang and Man nodded and smiled at the 2 Devil Kings. Then, they entered the castle and called Xiao Shui and the others out. What's wrong? Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, and Old Poison looked at Qin Feiyang and Man suspiciously. Do the 3 of you know how to refine pills? Or do you know any undead that knows how to refine pills? Qin Feiyang asked. No. As for undead that knows how to refine pills, I do know one. However, he is too far away from the Primal Chaos Divine King. We can't find him. Moreover, I'm not familiar with him. Our sovereign weapons have not established a contract bridge. Li Zhongxing shook his head. A trace of disappointment appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Xiao Shui pondered for a while. She looked at Qin Feiyang and Man and said, Actually, I personally feel that it's better not to find someone else to refine such an important pill. Don't worry about that. For those that I don't trust, I will first control them and then teach them how to refine the undead barrier-breaking pill. It's just that we can't find an alchemist at the moment. It seems that I have to do it myself." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly. "Capable people do more work." Old Poison bared his teeth. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said flatteringly, "I heard that you swallowed Theta Wang's undead barrier-breaking pill? So what if I did?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at him playfully. "Can you give me one? I beg you." Old Poison actually ran up and hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, acting coquettishly. Qin Feiyang felt goosebumps all over his body. He kicked Old Poison away and said angrily, "Don't you think you're disgusting? Don't you know how old you are? Why are you acting coquettishly?" Xiao Shui and Li Zhongxing also looked at him with disdain. Old Poison didn't care so much. He was like a dogskin plaster that clung to Qin Feiyang. Helpless, Qin Feiyang could only take out an undead barrier-breaking pill. "Thank you, exalted immortal." Old Poison let go and happily ran out to transcend the tribulation. Man looked at Xiao Shui and Li Zhongxing and grinned. "Since you guys didn't get the inheritance and aren't in a hurry to cultivate, you can help us." "Okay." The two nodded. "Then from now on, we'll work together. Li Zhongxing, you're thick-skinned. You'll be in charge of marketing and trading with Old Poison. Xiao Shui, you'll be in charge of collecting the law miniatures and counting the number of law miniatures. The sovereign weapons and Old Qin will be in charge of refining pills and transcending the tribulation." Man laughed mischievously. Qin Feiyang frowned. "You've already distributed everything to us. What are you going to do?" "Me?" Man was slightly taken aback. Then, he said matter-of-factly, "Of course I'm in charge of controlling the overall situation." Scram! Qin Feiyang glared at him. Day after day passed. The number of undead that came to look for them increased, and their business gradually became more and more popular. Li Zhongxing and the other two set up 2 desks and placed them on the side of the city wall. Li Zhongxing and Old Poison sat together and promoted their tribulation transcendence services to the undead outside. Xiao Shui sat at the other desk with an account book. She received the payment and recorded it at the same time. "Don't cut the queue, don't cut the queue. First come, first served. Maintain order." Man sat on the side of the city wall with a wine jug in his hand. He drank a little wine while scolding the undead outside the city from time to time. Chapter 38:15. Several days passed. More and more undead came to the Primal Chaos Imperial City. Outside the city, there was already a long line of people. There were at least 500 to 600 of them. They were all undead that had condensed their bodies. Because only undead that had grasped the ultimate profound were able to condense their bodies, their strength was stronger than those skeletons. With their strength, it was naturally easier for them to find medicinal herbs and laws. Moreover, they had been in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure for so many years, so it was possible that they had medicinal herbs and laws. Li Zhongxing drank a mouthful of divine wine to moisten his throat. He turned to look at Man who was sitting at the side and said with a flattering smile, "Brother Man, I have been pondering over a problem." "What problem?" Man looked at him suspiciously. Li Zhongxing asked, "Can those skeletons that haven't condensed their bodies get rid of their undead bodies?" Man was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. Old Poison was also holding a wine jar. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Zhongxing and said, "They don't have bodies and are still in the form of skeletons. It shouldn't be possible." The divine wine was naturally given to them by Man. After all, they had worked hard and had to be rewarded. This problem. Man lowered his head and pondered. According to the situation of the Fire Lotus back then, these skeletons should be able to get rid of their undead bodies. And once they got rid of their undead bodies, they could immediately condense their bodies. However, this was the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were somewhat different from the situation of the Fire Lotus. Moreover, the rules of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were different from the ancient world. Therefore, this matter had to be tested before he knew. At this time, Qin Feiyang quickly walked out with 10 undead barrier-breaking pills in his hand. Looking at the long line outside the city, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. Although 500 to 600 people wasn't a lot, one had to know that these undead all needed to undergo tribulation. Undergoing tribulation was a very time-consuming matter. If they didn't need to undergo tribulation, they would naturally take the pills and leave. But to undergo tribulation, they had to do it one by one. This was because the number of Dominator divine weapons in their hands was limited. If a few of them were to undergo tribulation together, Dominator divine weapons like the Ice Phoenix sword wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for him refining pills, it was a small matter. Because the ancient castle had a time array that lasted 5,000 years in a day, Qin Feiyang could cultivate and refine at the same time. After Qin Feiyang gave the pills to Qiao Shui, he saw the man sitting at the table with his legs crossed. He had a leisurely look on his face, and he couldn't help but get angry. He went up and kicked the wooden chair that Man was sitting on. Man also rolled on the ground and said angrily, "Can't you think of a way?" Man got up and glared at Qin Feiyang. "Are you sick?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons in the sky. He said in a low voice, "If they continue to resist the heavenly tribulation like this, they won't be able to endure it for long. Furthermore, with only 10 sovereign divine weapons, their efficiency is too low." "I know, but what can we do about it? How about we call White-Eyed Wolf and the others over?" Man asked. Princess Wufeng had more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons on her. If she came over to help, it would naturally speed up the tribulation of the undead. However, Qin Feiyang had concerns. "What are you worried about?" Man was puzzled. "If we ask Princess Wufeng to help, if we don't give her some miniatures, not to mention her, even we will feel guilty." "Of course. If she needs it, I will definitely not be stingy. I will give her whatever she wants. But she will bring these miniatures back to give to Feng Ho. The law miniatures are peerless treasures in the Sky Cloud realm. How can we let Feng Ho and the Feng people benefit from it?" Qin Feiyang said. "Makes sense." Man nodded. "Brother Qin, is the undead barrier-breaking pill useful to me?" Suddenly, a voice full of doubt sounded. Qin Feiyang and Man looked up and saw a purple-gold skeleton standing in the void not far from the city. "A skeleton?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "Old Qin, I have discussed this problem with Li Zhongxing and the others just now, but we didn't come to a conclusion. Why don't we test it?" Man transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang looked at the purple-gold skeleton. The purple-gold skeleton was also very nervous. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and smiled. "Did you bring the herbs?" "Yes." The purple-gold skeleton nodded and quickly took out the Yang Thunder Fire, Yin Yang Wood, and Death Fruit from the Universe Ring on its bone finger. "To be honest, I don't know if it is useful to the skeleton. However, we can give it a try," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay. Even if it is useless, I will not ask you to return these herbs." The purple-gold skeleton nodded happily and sent the 3 herbs to Qin Feiyang. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, it would not give up. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, took the herbs, and turned to enter the castle to refine. "Brother Feng, if the undead bottleneck-breaking pill is also useful to the skeleton, then our market will become bigger. It is equivalent to selling to all the undead and skeletons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure," Li Zhongxing said excitedly. "I hope it is useful." Man's eyes were also full of expectation. Then he lowered his head and pondered. What should he do to solve the problem of the slow tribulation? After a while, Qin Feiyang came out of the castle and handed the undead bottleneck-breaking pill to the purple-gold skeleton. "Thank you." The purple-gold skeleton was very grateful. However, before the tribulation began, it faced a new problem. How to take it? Skeletons were different from undead with flesh and blood. Because skeletons were empty everywhere, there was no way to take it. Qin Feiyang was also a little helpless. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he looked at the purple-gold skeleton and said, "Why don't you try to absorb the energy of the undead bottleneck-breaking pill?" Absorb? Man was slightly taken aback. He looked at the purple-gold skeleton and said, "This method may work. Try it quickly." Because absorbing the energy of the undead bottleneck-breaking pill was not much different from directly taking it. After all, even if it took the undead bottleneck-breaking pill, the energy would be absorbed by the body. Okay. The purple-gold skeleton nodded its head, grabbed the undead bottleneck-breaking pill, and tried to absorb the energy of the pill. Yes! Everyone could clearly see that the energy of the undead bottleneck-breaking pill was constantly pouring into the purple-gold skeleton's bones. Wait a moment. Wait for that person to finish his tribulation before you absorb it. Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation comes, no one will help you. Qin Feiyang quickly stopped the purple-gold skeleton. When the purple-gold skeleton heard this, it couldn't help but shudder and quickly stopped absorbing the energy. It had been watching from outside the city for a long time. After taking the undead bottleneck-breaking pill, every undead would experience a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Not to mention facing the heavenly tribulation head-on, even the power of the heavenly tribulation made it afraid. "Senior brother, this can't go on. We really have to think of a way." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. "Don't we still have the castle, the horsetail whisk, and other sovereign divine weapons? In addition to Qiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, the old poison, the blood ancestor, and Yun Xiang's sovereign divine weapons, we should be able to help these undead transcend the tribulation," Man said. "Even if we call all of them out, it will at most speed up a little. It can't completely solve this slow problem." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then other than calling the white-eyed wolf and the others to come, what else can we do?" Man pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and his eyes flashed. He chuckled and said, "Don't say, I really have an idea." "What idea?" Man was curious. "Don't all the demon kings have sovereign divine weapons? And they are all mid-level sovereign divine weapons. Any sovereign divine weapon can help an undead transcend the tribulation. Won't this increase the efficiency?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right." Man slapped his head and glanced at the primal chaos royal city. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said, "Don't count on the primal chaos royal city. It's such an arrogant sovereign divine weapon, why would it care about this?" "That's true." Man nodded and said with a frown, "But will the demon kings help?" "Definitely." Qin Feiyang nodded with certainty and said with a chuckle, "Let's talk about Snow Queen, Myriad Poison's Demon King, and Spectre Demon King first. We help them open the door to their potential. If we're not willing to help with such a small matter, wouldn't we be disappointed?" "That makes sense." Man nodded. "As for the other Demon Kings, for example, Darkness Demon King hasn't opened the door of potential yet. She definitely wants it, but because of her face, she doesn't want to come to us directly. So when the time comes, we will take the initiative to find her and give her the pill to open the door of potential. She will have the nerve to refuse." Qin Feiyang snickered. "You are indeed an old fox." Man chuckled. Qin Feiyang said, "As for Feng Tian Demon King, Bloodthirsty Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King, forget it. I don't want them even if they take the initiative to give me a sovereign divine weapon. Of course. We can't lose our backbone." Man nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Then you stay here and watch. I will go find them now." "Go. Be polite." Man waved his hand. Seeing Qin Feiyang turning around to leave, the undead lined up outside the city became anxious. "Brother Qin, where are you going? We haven't refined the pill yet. There are still more than a dozen people waiting in line to undergo their tribulation. Why are you guys in such a hurry?" "Just wait quietly." Li Zhongxing comforted them. These were all potential customers. They couldn't afford to offend them. Whoosh! But at this moment, 3 powerful auras came from afar. Man and the others were shocked. The undead and the purple-gold skeleton were also frightened. Qin Feiyang, who was about to jump down the city wall, couldn't help but turn his head to look outside the city. Because the owners of these three auras were Bloodthirsty Demon King, Black Flame Demon King, and Feng Tian Demon King. They came back at the right time. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He turned around and walked to Man An's side, quietly waiting for the three Demon Kings to return. So many undead? Black Flame Demon Theta Wang flew over. When he saw this scene outside the city wall, he couldn't help but be stunned. There is another undead undergoing tribulation? And it is Qin Feiyang's sovereign divine weapon that is helping him? The three demon kings raised their heads and looked at the black-robed old man in the sky outside the city. The black-robed old man was shrouded in the aura of the tribulation. The Ice Phoenix sword and the other sovereign divine weapons were helping him resist the tribulation. Was this a one-stop service? Chapter 38:16. Seeing this scene, the three demon kings looked at each other, and a trace of anger appeared between their brows. To think that he would actually do such a ridiculous thing in the Chaos Royal City. What kind of scandal was this? This matter had already spread in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, so the three demon kings had naturally heard about it. At first, like the Darkness Demon King, they thought that it was just a rumor, and that it was impossible for such a thing to happen. The Chaos Divine King and the Chaos Royal City would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. But when they returned to the Chaos Royal City and saw the scene before them, the three of them were dumbfounded. Li Zhongxing, Xiao Shui, and the Old Poison were all seriously trading with the undead. Qin Feiyang and the Man were also helping from the side. They even took out their sovereign weapons to help the undead transcend their tribulation. Moreover, the undead outside the city were all lined up in an orderly manner. Those who didn't know would think that there was a big shopping mall selling some popular goods. What are you doing? Where do you think this is? A wet market? Get lost! Heaven Flattery Demon King clenched his fists and looked at the undead with a gloomy expression. The group of undead immediately panicked and looked at Qin Feiyang and the Man for help. Of course, they didn't dare to contradict Heaven Flattery Demon King, and could only ask Qin Feiyang and the Man for help. The few of you are also audacious. You actually dare to trade with the undead here. I really want to know who lent you such courage. The three demon kings landed on the city wall, and stared at Qin Feiyang's group of 5 with a cold glint in their eyes. Xiao Shui and the other 2 were also a little nervous. But Qin Feiyang and the Man looked at each other, and ignored the 3 of them, which made them so angry that they were about to go crazy. Qin Feiyang, don't be too arrogant! Bloodthirsty Demon King roared. Qin Feiyang still ignored him and looked at the old man transcending his tribulation. Qin Feiyang, can't you hear us talking to you? Bloodthirsty Demon King rushed forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's clothes. He bared his teeth and roared. The commotion here also alarmed Snow Queen, Darkness Devil King, Myriad Poisons Devil King, and Spectre Devil King. The 4 of them rose into the air and looked up at the city wall. Seeing the Bloodthirsty Demon King's grip on Qin Feiyang, the Darkness Demon King's expression changed slightly. Right now, Qin Feiyang was deeply favored by the Divine King. If this continued, the 3 Demon Kings would definitely be the ones to suffer. Don't go. However, Snow White Queen extended her hand and stopped the Darkness Devil King. Why? The Darkness Devil King was suspicious. Snow White Queen looked at the 3 Demon Kings, shook her head and said, If we don't make them suffer, they won't restrain themselves. Moreover, don't you want to open the door of potential? If you go now, Qin Feiyang and the others might think that you are on the same side as Theta Wang. Hearing this, the Darkness Devil King decisively took a step back and stood side by side with Snow White Theta Wang. If Qin Feiyang and the Man really thought that she was on the same side as Theta Wang, then let alone opening all the doors of potential like the Primal Chaos Divine King and Theta Wang, she might not even be able to open a single door of potential. For these 3 arrogant and disrespectful people, offending Qin Feiyang and the others was not worth it. On the city wall, Qin Feiyang looked at the 7 or 8-year-old brat in front of him. If his strength allowed him to, he would really pick him up and beat his butt. What are you looking at? I asked you to answer me? Who gave you the courage to mess around here? The bloodthirsty Demon King was full of hostility. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said with a smile, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I apologize. After that old man finishes his tribulation, I will let them leave now. What's the situation? Why are you thanking the bloodthirsty Demon King? The undead outside the city were suspicious. Didn't they say that the Demon Kings wouldn't care? Don't panic, don't panic. Just wait and watch the show. But for your safety, it's best for you all to retreat a bit and hide your pills and herbs. The madman transmitted his voice. Hearing this, the group of undead looked at each other and decisively turned around and flew away, hiding far away, including the purple-gold skeleton. After a while, the black-clothed old man finally succeeded in transcending the tribulation. After thanking Qin Feiyang and the others, he immediately flew away without looking back. As for the reward for refining pills and transcending the tribulation, the black-clothed old man had already given it to Qiao Shui before transcending the tribulation. At the same time, Qiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, and the old poison also quickly put away the table and account book and retreated to the side, ready to enjoy a good show. Because they knew that the 3 demon kings would definitely fly into a rage later. If these things continued to be placed here, they would inevitably suffer an unexpected disaster. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloodthirsty Demon King who was still grabbing him and said with a smile, My beloved Demon King, if you don't let go, how can I refine pills for you? That's enough. If you really want to vent your anger, it won't be too late to get rid of your undead body after refining the pills. Feng Tian Demon King and Black Flame Demon King looked at each other and quickly stepped forward to pull the bloodthirsty Demon King away. The bloodthirsty Demon King took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, 3 extreme yang thunder fire appeared. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily and said, It's best if you don't fail this time. I can't guarantee that. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. What did you say? The 3's eyes turned cold. Was he planning to play with them again? If you insist on a 100% success rate, then I really don't dare to refine pills. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you? The bloodthirsty Demon King's anger that had been suppressed with great difficulty also soared. Touch me? Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the 3. With the means of the 3 Demon Kings, you should have already tested the power of the Blood Oath when you first went out to find the extreme Yang Thunder Fire, right? When the 3 heard this, their eyes trembled slightly. Thinking of the power of the Blood Oath, their scalps couldn't help but tingle. If the 3 of you are really not afraid of death, then I don't care. On the contrary, I'm just a small character. It's an honor for the 3 of you to be buried with me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he turned to look at the madman and asked, Senior brother, do you think this makes sense? It makes sense. We are barefooted, so why should we be afraid of them? The madman raised his head and looked at the 3 demon kings with playful eyes. The 3 looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman with gloomy faces. Endure it! Don't do it! The Black Flame Demon King secretly shouted at the Bloodthirsty Demon King and the Celestial Demon King. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Okay, we won't force you to have a 100% success rate. Just try your best. That's more like it. Wait, where's the furnace? Didn't I ask you to help me find a furnace? Why don't I see it? Don't tell me you didn't find it? Qin Feiyang asked. Give it to him. The Black Flame Demon King looked at the Bloodthirsty Demon King. The Bloodthirsty Demon King waved his hand, and a furnace immediately appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. This furnace was the size of a wash basin. There were mysterious patterns engraved on it. It was crimson red and emitted a dazzling light. This furnace is called the Crimson Fire Furnace. It's a 9th grade divine furnace. The Black Flame Demon King explained. 9th grade? Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, Is this all the 3 demon kings have? You found a 9th grade furnace in just a few days, the Black Flame Demon King said with a black face. A 9th grade divine furnace should be more than enough to refine pills. He was obviously mocking them. There's no problem with refining pills. Let's just make do with it. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disdain. After saying that, he took the furnace and the extreme young thunder fire and turned to enter the castle. Wait! Suddenly, the Celestial Demon King spoke. What is it? Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at the Celestial Demon King suspiciously. The Celestial Demon King said, This time, we want to enter the castle and watch you refine pills with our own eyes. If he played any tricks, they wouldn't even have a place to reason. That won't do. As I said last time, refining the undead barrier-breaking pill is most afraid of being disturbed. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Celestial Demon King clenched his fists and said patiently, We won't disturb you. I guarantee that we won't even make a sound. That won't do either. Such an important pill, I can't let you guys steal my skills. Qin Feiyang shook his head again, his attitude firm. Are we the kind of people who would steal your skills? Moreover, how can refining pills be so easy to steal? You can't be thinking of playing tricks again, not daring to let us in to take a look, right? The three of them sneered. Think whatever you want. In any case, if you guys go in, I won't refine this pill. If you guys like to waste time, then I'll waste time with you guys. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at Xiao Shui who was hiding at the side, and laughed. Go make a pot of tea. After being busy for so long, it's time to relax. Make tea? Xiao Shui was stunned for a moment before nodding. All right. Even now, he was still in the mood to drink tea. This person's temperament was truly beyond compare. The most admirable thing was his courage. In front of the three demon kings, he actually dared to be so arrogant. You! Seeing this, the three demon kings immediately bristled with anger. What's wrong with me? You guys are the ones who forced me to go in. Why are you blaming me now? If the three of you don't mind, why don't you have a seat? We can chat while drinking tea and talking about our dreams. In life, other than the undead barrier-breaking pill, there are actually many meaningful things that can be done. Qin Feiyang smiled as he took out a tea table and a chair. When the three demon kings heard this, they really cursed out loud. Talk about your dreams, my ass. In their hearts, the undead barrier-breaking pill was their dream. Other than that, they didn't want to talk about anything else. Fine. We won't go in. But you better not play any tricks. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was already sitting by the tea table and Xiao Shui was about to come out with the tea set, the three of them had no choice but to compromise. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? You wasted so much time. Qin Feiyang smiled and got up to enter the ancient castle. Xiao Shui came over with a tea set and asked, Ben, do you still want to make this tea? Yes. Of course. Wait for me to come out. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and entered the cultivation room without looking back. Xiao Shui smiled bitterly. What kind of young man is this? Why was it so hard to fathom? Chapter 38:17. There won't be any accidents, right? Bloodthirsty Demon King asked. If there are any accidents, this seat will cripple him. Feng Tian Demon King harumphed. Don't be reckless. Hurting him won't do us any good. Black Flame Demon King said. Then are we just going to watch him act arrogant in front of us? I really regret making this bullshit blood oath. Feng Tian Demon King was annoyed. If we didn't make the blood oath, would he have helped us refine the undead barrier-breaking pill? You have to give up something to gain something. In short, no matter what he wants to do, we can only endure. Black Flame Demon King thought. Until now, they still didn't know how to reflect and were still thinking about how to scheme against Qin Feiyang. If they could realize their mistakes, put down their arrogance, and sincerely apologize, why would Qin Feiyang continue to make things difficult for them? To be honest, Qin Feiyang had done a good job in dealing with people. Frenzy held the wine jar and sat on the chair that Qin Feiyang took out before, looking at the ancient dragon god tea that Xiao Shui brewed. He didn't have the slightest interest. The 10 sovereign divine weapons also rushed to Frenzy's side, ready to deal with the anger of the 3 demon kings. Li Zhongxing and Old Poison's hearts were filled with anticipation and nervousness. They were looking forward to Qin Feiyang playing with the 3 demon kings, but they were also afraid that the 3 demon kings would make a move against them. Their mood was very complicated. Dark Demon King looked at the ancient castle from afar and asked, "Do you think he will continue to play with Feng Tian and the others?" "Who knows?" Snow White Queen shook her head. Not to mention Xiao Shui, even they couldn't see through Qin Feiyang. They had no idea what this little guy would do next. Boom! Suddenly, inside the ancient castle, there was a deafening sound, followed by the sound of something shattering. Hearing this sound, Black Flame Demon Theta Wang's eyelids twitched, and an uneasy premonition arose in his heart. As expected, very soon, Qin Feiyang ran out with his face covered in dirt. There were several wounds on his body, and purple gold dragon blood was constantly flowing out. "Where are the pills?" Bloodthirsty Demon King asked nervously. "I say, Lord Demon King, can you take care of my injuries first? How can a mere pill be more important than my life?" Qin Feiyang's face was full of displeasure. Bloodthirsty Demon King's mouth twitched. "To be honest, your life really isn't as important as the undead barrier breaker pill. My apologies. I failed again." Qin Feiyang sighed, his face full of self-blame. "Ugh!" The 3 demon kings were stunned. "But it's not my fault. It's yours. What kind of broken pill furnace did you find? There's actually a crack on it." Just as the pill was about to come out of the furnace, it suddenly exploded. Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been seriously injured. "Sirs, you couldn't have purposely found a defective pill furnace to take revenge on me, right?" Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 demon kings and said, feeling wrong. "Broken pill furnace? Revenge on purpose?" The 3 demon kings looked at each other in shock. "We must be fucking sick in the head to deliberately find a defective furnace to take revenge on you." As demon kings, they had always paid attention to their identity. But at this moment, they really wanted to curse. Now that the undead of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure were looking for the extreme young thunder fire everywhere, it could be imagined how scarce the extreme young thunder fire was now. It wasn't easy to find the extreme young thunder fire, and there was hope of obtaining the undead barrier breaker pill. Would they do such a stupid thing? Even if they wanted to take revenge, they wouldn't use the extreme young thunder fire as a joke. The most hateful thing was, they had spent so much effort to find a decent pill furnace, but in the end, they were told that this was a broken pill furnace. "Get lost, your sister! We're not blind. Whether there's a flaw or not, how could we not know?" It was obvious that he was deliberately teasing them again, but he still pretended to be pitiful and wrong. "Who are you trying to show it to?" "Qin Feiyang, you've gone too far." Bloodthirsty Demon King could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and a terrifying demonic aura surged out. The Ice Phoenix Sword, one of the 10 sovereign divine weapons, immediately stood in front of Qin Feiyang and Man, roaring with divine might. "No." Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the 10 sovereign divine weapons and reprimanded. "What did I tell you before? We are people with quality. Others may be unreasonable, but we can't not be unreasonable." "What? You still say we're unreasonable?" The 3 demon kings were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. "3 lords, you really can't blame me for this accident. If you had paid attention and found an intact pill furnace, there definitely wouldn't have been an explosion. Although you might have done it on purpose, as a junior, I can't blame you. I can only swallow this grievance myself." Qin Feiyang sighed. "What the hell?" The 3 demon kings looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. Don't blame them? Swallow this grievance himself? Calling them villains and making himself so noble and great? How could a person be shameless to such an extent? Please, can you have some face? If a person is shameless, what's the point of living? The man, Xiao Shui, Li Zhongxing, and the old poison looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Although Qin Feiyang was indeed a bit shameless, they had to admit that it was really satisfying to watch the three demon kings suffer in silence. So that's how it is. The undead hiding in the distance also suddenly understood. It turned out that he wanted to tease the three demon kings. No wonder he told them to stay away and hide the pills and medicinal herbs well. This was to prevent the three demon kings from transferring their anger to them. And they might snatch their pills and medicinal herbs. After all, with the character of these three demon kings, they wouldn't talk about morality with them. Really scared me to death. Let's drink some tea first to calm down. Qin Feiyang patted the dust off his body and sat next to the man. He picked up the tea that Xiao Shui had already poured and drank it with lingering fear. You can still sit there and drink tea happily? The bloodthirsty demon king's heart was filled with hatred. A divine might roared. He naturally didn't dare to really harm Qin Feiyang and the others. He was only aiming for the tea table. Because the attitude of Qin Feiyang and the others, in his view, was a naked humiliation to him. But at the same time, the 10 ruler weapons also released their divine might, condensing into a torrent that surged toward the bloodthirsty demon king's divine might. Boom! The two divine might collided. A wave of destructive energy surged out in all directions like a tide. Of course, nothing would happen to the primal chaos royal city. Qin Feiyang and the others were the descendants of the 10 ruler weapons, so nothing would happen to them. But the mountains and rivers outside the city were destroyed. The undead in the distance all turned around and fled in fear. The man sighed. Don't be so hot-tempered, it will hurt the harmony. Come, sit down and drink a cup of tea or some wine to cool down. Cool your sister. The bloodthirsty demon king couldn't help but curse. Sorry, I don't have a sister. The man bared his teeth. Looking at the man's fearless appearance, the bloodthirsty demon king gritted his teeth. Calm down! The black flame demon king pressed the bloodthirsty demon king down and looked at the escaping undead outside the city, shouting, All of you stop! In the face of the three great demon kings who were in a fit of anger, who would dare to stop? He ran even faster, and even used all of his strength to escape. The black flame demon king's face darkened. He looked at Snow Queen and the others in the distance and said, Have you all obtained the undead barrier-breaking pill? The four looked at each other, looked at Qin Feiyang, and nodded at the black flame demon king. Then have you all passed the tribulation and got rid of your undead body? The black flame demon king asked again. In. The four nodded again. Seeing this, the black flame demon king turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others, angrily saying, Why is there no accident when refining pills for them, but when refining pills for us? Don't be angry. This is just a matter of luck. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The man added, Maybe it has something to do with one's character. Some people have bad character, so they can't do anything smoothly. The three demon kings glared at the man again. He actually scolded them indirectly, saying that their character was bad? Three lords, what's done can't be undone. It's useless for you to mess with us here. The undead barrier-breaking pill won't come to us on its own. So, you might as well go find the extreme young Thunderfire. I promise you, I will be careful next time. Qin Feiyang smiled. Next time? The three clenched their fists. If not for the restriction of the blood oath, they would have already killed him. You guys go and catch those undead. The black flame demon king looked at the bloodthirsty demon king and Feng Tian demon king and said in a deep voice. Because he noticed that there were more than a dozen undead waiting in line to pass the tribulation, and they all had ready-made undead barrier-breaking pills in their hands. In. The bloodthirsty demon king and Feng Tian demon king also understood. They turned around and rushed out of the city, chasing after those undead. What are you guys doing? Snatching their pills and herbs? Don't forget your identity. You are the demon kings of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. It was obvious that the three of them were driven to desperation. Childish. Look at you guys. You are all perfect sovereigns. Don't you know that the strong are respected? The Black Flame Demon King's face was full of sarcasm. What if I don't allow it? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. What right do you have to say no? Is this within the scope of the blood oath? Are we snatching your pills? Meddling in other people's business. The Black Flame Demon King sneered. Lord Demon King, I beg you, let us go. Brother Qin, please save us. Soon. The Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King captured more than a dozen undead. These undead were also unlucky. They had already escaped, but their speed was not as fast as the two Demon Kings. Let them go. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Let them go. Who do you think you are? Do we have to listen to you? The Bloodthirsty Demon King and Feng Tian Demon King sneered. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened, and a wisp of killing intent emerged. He said in a deep voice, Don't forget that the blood oath I made is only to give you the undead barrier-breaking pills. It doesn't include that I can't kill you. What? Kill us? Haha. The three Demon Kings immediately looked up to the sky and laughed. This little bastard was stupid. He actually threatened to kill them? Didn't he know what he was capable of? Did he really think that he had the capital to challenge the three Demon Kings just because he had more than a dozen sovereign divine weapons in his hands? Chapter 38:18. Let them go. Just as the three Demon Kings were feeling smug, another powerful voice sounded. Who's farting this time? Do you believe that I won't cripple you? Bloodthirsty Demon King said angrily. But as soon as he finished speaking, his expression froze. This seemed to be the voice of the Chaos Royal City? Black Flame Demon King and Sky Demon King were also bewildered. Was this really the voice of the Chaos Royal City? Of course, they recognized the voice of the Chaos Royal City, but it was too unbelievable that the Chaos Royal City would help Qin Feiyang and the others. Therefore, they doubted it and thought that they had heard wrongly. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others were also surprised. Like the three Demon Kings, they thought that it was an illusion. The only ones who were not surprised were Snow Queen and the other three. This was because the Primal Chaos God King had already secretly warned them not to force Qin Feiyang to do anything he was unwilling to do. Who are you talking about farting? After a moment of silence, the Chaos Divine King's voice sounded again with a bone-piercing chill. I'm sorry! Bloodthirsty Demon King quivered and quickly knelt on the ground. You're getting bolder and bolder. You even dare to scold me. As soon as the Chaos Deity King finished speaking, a monstrous divine might surged, instantly enveloping the Bloodthirsty Demon King. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, the Bloodthirsty Demon King's body shattered on the spot, blood splattering across the sky. Lord, please forgive us. Sky Demon King and Black Flame Demon King saw this scene and immediately knelt in the void and begged for mercy, afraid that the Chaos Divine King would vent his anger on them. This is a lesson. One more time and you'll all die. After the Chaos Divine King finished speaking, his voice slowly faded away. So strong! Lunatic muttered. Even a powerful existence like Bloodthirsty Demon King could not resist in front of the Chaos Royal City. If it were them, wouldn't they die instantly? Indeed strong. They're not on the same level at all. Qin Feiyang muttered. Even though the Primal Chaos Royal City had only attacked for an instant, everyone present was shaken to the core. This was especially true for Theta Wang's people, whose eyes were filled with fear. They could not understand why the Primal Chaos Royal City would help these ants. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and sneered at Feng Tian Demon King. Didn't you hear the order from the Chaos Royal City? Let them go! The dozen or so undead were still trapped by Demon King Feng Tian's aura. Feng Tian Demon King looked at Qin Feiyang and then at the Chaos Royal City. In the end, he had no choice but to withdraw his aura and release the undead. They could ignore Qin Feiyang's words. However, they did not dare to disobey the orders of the Primal Chaos Royal City. Qin Feiyang said, In the future, you are not allowed to snatch those undead's pills and herbs. You can only rely on your own abilities to find them. All right. We'll find it ourselves, Black Flame Demon King said through gritted teeth. Then, he, Foam Tian Demon King, and Bloodthirsty Demon King disappeared into the depths of the mountain without looking back. How satisfying! Li Zhongxing and Old Poison ran out and laughed loudly. This was the first time they saw these demon kings in such a sorry state. Are you not afraid now? Man bared his teeth. Not anymore. The two shook their heads. Because they were afraid, it was because their fear of the demon kings was deeply ingrained. And now, the three demon kings were being mercilessly suppressed by Qin Feiyang and Man An. This was equivalent to crushing their fear of the demon kings. Now that they looked back, these demon kings were not that scary after all. Then let's continue, Man said. Okay. The two nodded and quickly took out tables and chairs, placing them on the side of the city wall. Looking at the undead outside, they shouted, It's fine now. Hurry up and line up for the tribulation. The dozen or so undead looked at each other, and could not help but look at Qin Feiyang and Man with admiration. Not only did they dare to tease the three demon kings, but even the Chaos Royal City was helping them. How incredible! Those undead that had escaped also returned one after another. No one mentioned this matter again. They just treated it as a small episode, but they did not see the purple gold skeleton return. Qin Feiyang searched the crowd for a while, but he still couldn't find the purple gold skeleton. He then entered the castle, washed the dust off his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and prepared a pill to open the door of potential. Then, he walked out of the castle and flew towards Snow White Queen and the other three. The four of them were ready to leave, but when they saw Qin Feiyang flying over, they could not help but have a trace of doubt in their eyes. Greetings to the four seniors. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the four of them and bowed respectfully. Snow White Queen smiled and said, We can't accept your bow now. Ah? Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the four of them. Why did these words sound so distant? Ghost Demon King said enviously. Even the Chaos Royal City has become your backer. Do we still dare to accept your bow? Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and hurriedly waved his hand, saying, You can't say that. The Chaos Royal City is a place of virtue and prestige. They side with reason and not family. You really know how to talk. Snow White Queen and the others could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Qin Feiyang took out the jade box that he had prepared and handed it to Darkness Demon King. Darkness Demon King looked at the jade box in surprise. Snow White Theta Wang also had a trace of doubt on her face. Qin Feiyang slowly opened the jade box, and a dozen pills immediately appeared. This is... Snow White Theta Wang's pupils constricted. Darkness Demon King's gaze became more and more suspicious. Myriad Poison's Demon King came back to his senses and looked at Darkness Demon King, saying, This is the pill to open the door of potential. This... Darkness Demon King was stunned when he heard this. There was actually such a good thing that he took the initiative to give it to him? No. There must be some other condition. Senior, you don't want it? Then it seems like this junior is thinking too much. Qin Feiyang sighed. Cough, cough. Darkness Demon King immediately coughed and revealed a smile on his icy face. He shook his head and said, You're trying to curry favor for no reason. You're hiding evil intentions. Look at what you're saying. You're a senior and I'm a junior. It's only right for me to be filial to you. Qin Feiyang stuffed the jade box into Darkness Demon King's hands. Darkness Demon King looked at the pills in the jade box and could not help but feel excited, but he still had his reason. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, saying, Speak, what do you need me to help you with? This... Qin Feiyang dryly laughed and looked at the four demon kings, saying, This junior just wants to borrow your ruler weapon. Don't worry, I'm not using it to deal with Theta Wang. I'm only using it to help the undead pass their tribulation. Help the undead pass their tribulation? The four of them were slightly taken aback. They raised their heads and looked at the undead outside the city, saying, "You're quite considerate of them. Since I've taken their law miniatures, I naturally have to ensure their safety. Let's talk about it later. Could it be that the four seniors don't want to see the Sky Bell divine treasure return to the prosperity it had before it was destroyed?" Qin Feiyang smiled. The prosperity it had before it was destroyed. The four of them murmured, as if they were reminded of something. Their faces were full of sadness. Although this junior doesn't know what the Sky Bell divine treasure used to be, this junior believes that as long as everyone gets rid of their undead bodies, the Sky Bell divine treasure will definitely slowly recover its vitality. So, it's not impossible to return to the prosperity it had before it was destroyed, Qin Feiyang said. So, you're still contributing to the Sky Bell divine treasure? Snow White Queen restrained her emotions and smiled. I don't dare to say that. In any case, we're just taking what we need. Qin Feiyang smiled. At least you're honest. All right, since you have such intentions, we'll help you. It can also be considered as helping the Heavenly Bell divine treasure. Snow White Queen smiled and took out her sovereign weapon. This was a snow-white longsword with snowflakes engraved on it. It was translucent and sparkled with divine light, like a masterpiece of the heavens. It was extremely beautiful. The myriad poisons Demon King, Darkness Demon King, and Spectre Demon King looked at each other and took out their own sovereign weapons. Many thanks, for seniors. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. With the help of these 4 mid-level sovereign weapons, the efficiency would increase by several times. Although Lord Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City are supporting you, there are some things that I still have to remind you of. Everything can only be done once and twice, not thrice. In addition, when the Nine-Tailed Queen and the Infernal Demon King return, you must not target them. This is because they don't get along with Theta Wang. So to you, they are not enemies. Do you understand what I mean? Snow White Queen said. Understood. Qin Feiyang nodded. She wanted him to rope in the Nine-Tailed Queen and the Infernal Demon King. Very well, go do your work. Snow White Queen waved her hand and smiled. This junior will take his leave. Qin Feiyang bowed respectfully. Then, with the 4 sovereign divine armaments, he landed on the city wall with lightning speed. After that, he looked at the 4 sovereign divine armaments, cupped his hands and said with a smile, I have troubled the 4 seniors. The 4 divine weapons of the sovereigns did not pay any attention to him. They appeared rather aloof as they directly emitted waves of divine might. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and go through your tribulation. Man looked at the dumbstruck undead outside the city and shouted. These undead's hearts were surging with shock. What's going on? Not only did the Primal Chaos Royal City help Qin Feiyang, even Snow White Queen and the other Demon Kings lent their sovereign weapons to this person. One must know. These Demon Kings were all vicious and merciless people. When did they become so easy to talk to? Man looked at the 4 sovereign weapons and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. He then looked at Snow White Queen and the other 3 who were leaving and transmitted his voice. I really didn't expect them to be so straightforward. To be honest, I'm also a little surprised. Qin Feiyang thought. He thought that even if he could borrow it, it would take a lot of effort. Who would have thought that they would directly give it to him? Man secretly laughed. It seems that other than Bloodthirsty Demon King, Foam Tian Demon King, and Black Flame Demon King, the other Demon Kings have a good impression of us. This is all thanks to the pill that opens the door of potential. Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. Who doesn't want to open the door of potential? For example, the Primal Chaos Divine King. Although he is already very strong, he still needs to comprehend the law of life and death. However, there are 2 other Demon Kings that we haven't met before. I wonder what their characters are like. Man frowned and was somewhat worried. Chapter 38:19. The other 2 Demon Kings, Snow Queen and the others did mention them. Qin Feiyang pondered. What about them? Man asked. One of them is called the Nine-Tailed Queen and the other is called the Hell Demon King. I still don't know what kind of person they are. But I heard from Snow Queen and the others that the two of them don't get along with Bloodthirsty Demon King. Snow Queen also wants us to rope them in, Qin Feiyang said. Then this is indeed good news. Man nodded. As long as they didn't get along with Theta Wang, they were worth roping in. With the help of Snow Queen and the other sovereign divine weapons, the efficiency increased by several times. Qin Feiyang also began to refine pills again. Half a month passed. The number of undead gathered outside the city had reached thousands. There would definitely be more and more people later. After all, as time passed, the number of undead who found the extreme yang lightning fire, yin yang wood, and death fruit would increase. Moreover, because the Sky Bell divine treasure couldn't be transmitted, they could only rely on the undead to communicate with each other, so the speed at which the news spread was very slow. The undead nearby were still fine, but those that were too far away had to wait for a long time to receive the news. Naturally, they would only rush over later. It was also on this morning that a man and a woman landed on the city wall. Looking at the undead outside the city, then at the busy Qiao Shui and the others, and then at the various sovereign divine weapons that were helping the undead pass their tribulation, especially the sovereign divine weapons of Snow Queen and the others, the man and woman couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Even these 4 sovereign divine weapons came to join in the fun? These two were the Nine-Tailed Queen and the Hell Demon King. The Hell Demon King was a middle-aged man, his body was quite thin, and his entire body was covered in a black robe. Only a cold face and black eyes with surging demonic she could be seen. The Nine-Tailed Queen was a woman in her 20s. Her clothes were quite revealing. She wore a mink short skirt, revealing 2 tall and white long legs. Her shoulders and 2 jade arms were also exposed. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, soft like water. She looked like a peerless beauty who could bring disaster to a country. Her every move, every frown, and every smile emitted boundless charm. Especially her pair of bright eyes, which were suffused with specks of light, as if they could steal souls. Not only Li Zhongxing and the old poison, but even the undead outside the city couldn't help but stare. Even the man couldn't help but feel restless when he saw the Nine-Tailed Queen. She was simply a natural-born beauty. Moreover, her body exuded an enchanting fragrance that could directly stimulate a man's most primitive desire. Qin Feiyang came out with the pills. When he saw the situation of the man and the others, he couldn't help but be stunned. How did they all end up like this? He followed everyone's gaze, and when his gaze landed on the Nine-Tailed Queen, he almost lost his mind. This woman was not only a heavenly beauty, but also had a natural charm that made people want to get close to her and possess her. A vixen, right? Qin Feiyang muttered and coughed hard. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. Li Zhongxing, the old poison, and the undead outside the city immediately had a look of awe on their faces. Senior brother, your heart isn't firm. Be careful, or I'll tell Xiao Xian. The man handed the pills to Qiao Shui and looked at the man beside him, transmitting his voice. Who said that? I just took a few more glances. The man refused to admit it. But he was extremely puzzled. Although this woman was beautiful, it was impossible for her to shake his mind, right? There must be a problem here. Let's go. They are the Nine-Tailed Queen and the Hell Demon King. Be polite, Qin Feiyang secretly said, and then greeted the 2 demon kings. He bowed and said, Greetings to the 2 seniors. The man stood at the side and curiously sized up the Nine-Tailed Queen. What are you guys doing? The Nine-Tailed Queen glanced at the undead outside the city and asked Qin Feiyang and the man suspiciously. Even when she spoke, there was a fatal temptation. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Senior brother, I suddenly thought of someone. Who? The man was suspicious. Wan Yuer. I feel that this Nine-Tailed Queen seems to be the same as Wan Yuer, Qin Feiyang secretly said. Wan Yuer? The man was stunned. She's also a very beautiful woman. Because she cultivated a kind of charm technique, even I almost suffered in her hands. Qin Feiyang explained. You mean that this nine-tailed queen also cultivated a charm technique? The madman was surprised. I don't know. But I can feel that the charm she exudes far surpasses Wang Yuer. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Seeing the two silent, the Hell Demon King beside them spoke. I'm asking you guys a question. As if he was really a demon king from hell, even his voice had a bloody smell. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and apologized. I'm sorry, I was too engrossed in my thoughts. As the two seniors can see, this junior is helping them to get rid of their undead bodies. For free? The nine-tailed queen asked. Of course not. Qin Feiyang smiled. The nine-tailed queen was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Revealing a smile, she shook her head and said, You guys are really bold. As soon as this smile appeared, even the world lost its color. Looking back with a charming smile, this saying was perfect for the nine-tailed queen. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, If we didn't get the tacit permission of the Divine King, no matter how bold we are, we definitely wouldn't dare to do this. The Divine King has already acquiesced? This result caused the two of them to be rather surprised. Qin Feiyang nodded. You're quite capable. The nine-tailed queen shook her head and took out the extreme Yang Thunder Fire. The Hell Demon King also took out an extreme Yang Thunder Fire. This junior just happens to have ready-made pills, please accept them. Qin Feiyang took out 2 undead barrier-breaking pills and handed them to the 2 demon kings. After tricking bloodthirsty demon Theta Wang twice in a row, of course he had some on him. The nine-tailed queen and the Hell Demon King were stunned, but they didn't ask much. Each of them grabbed a pill and prepared to turn and leave. Seniors, wait a moment. Qin Feiyang hurriedly called out to the two of them. Is there anything else? The nine-tailed queen turned her head and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel restless in his body. He tried his best to suppress it, muttering in his heart, what a demoness. The two of you, please wait a moment. After saying that, Qin Feiyang turned and ran into the castle. The nine-tailed queen and the Hell Demon King looked at each other, and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt on their faces. Soon, Qin Feiyang came out with 2 jade boxes, and said with a smile, This is a gift for the 2 seniors, please don't mind. Are you trying to bribe us? The nine-tailed queen looked at the jade box and looked at Qin Feiyang with a playful smile. Qin Feiyang laughed. He was seen through so quickly. However, I'm happy to be bribed by you. The nine-tailed queen took the jade box without hesitation. Even the Divine King had acquiesced, so she didn't need to be hostile to the two of them. She then opened the jade box and was stunned. Why were they all pills? The Hell Demon King lowered his head to look at the pills, his face full of confusion. Junior and the others are too busy and don't have time to explain. The 2 seniors might as well look for the 4 seniors, or directly ask the Chaos Imperial City. They know all about it. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. Still keeping us in suspense? The nine-tailed queen was stunned, then laughed. All right, you guys go ahead. With that, the two of them turned and left. Man stared at their backs with a thoughtful look. Be careful not to lose your soul. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Man. What? I'm not looking at the nine-tailed queen. I'm looking at the Hell Demon King. Why do I feel a familiar aura from him? Man frowned. Familiar aura? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the back of the Hell Demon King once again. No way. It's true, I'm not lying to you. Man said. Qin Feiyang frowned and carefully sensed the aura of the Hell Demon King. His eyes suddenly trembled as he exclaimed, It's the Hell God Hound! Yes. It's the Hell God Hound! His aura contains the aura of the Hell God Hound. Although it's very weak, it's definitely not wrong. Man nodded his head. No wonder there was a familiar aura. It turned out to be the aura of the Hell God Hound. So, he might not be a human, but a transformation of the Hell God Hound? Qin Feiyang was surprised. We can't rule out this possibility. And this nine-tailed queen, Her aura seems to be a little different from a human's. And last time in the main hall, we also saw this nine-tailed queen. At that time, other than being beautiful, she didn't have such a great charm. But now, she's showing such a terrifying charm. Could it be that she saw us doing business here and wanted to show us her strength? Madman muttered. Show us her strength? Qin Feiyang was stunned and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Interesting. What kind of woman could have such a great charm? What followed was very calm. No one came to disturb them. But the next morning, 2 sovereign divine weapons broke through the air, emitting a terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. Because the aura of these 2 sovereign divine weapons was no weaker than the sovereign divine weapons of Snow Queen and the others. 2 little brothers, this is a loan to you. You have to help us take care of it. The nine-tailed queen's soft and pleasant voice sounded. Little brothers? Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. It had only been a day, and they had become so familiar? Even if they were given pills to open the door of potential, as demon kings of the sky belled divine treasure, shouldn't they be a little more arrogant and reserved? When they came back to their senses, Qin Feiyang and Man looked at each other, and a smile crept up in their eyes at the same time. These pills were too worth it. With the help of the nine-tailed queen and the Hell Demon King's sovereign divine weapons, the efficiency was different. And the undead outside the city, seeing the 2 Demon King's sovereign divine weapons coming, there were no waves in their hearts, because they were already numb. These 2 little fellows from the outside world were simply 2 miraculous figures. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.